erosion that they had, they literally went, I mean, I hadn't been there in 12 years, and then I saw some pictures of it, and I was really very, very surprised. Could you tell us what part you had in the growth?
Sure. Yeah, excuse me. Yes, absolutely. And in fact, Lake Havasu City's growth is very dynamic. We have our winter visitors, and our population can go up from 55,000 to about 70,000 just in a matter of weeks. And it stays there until our summer folks come in from Southern California, and then that 10 or 15,000 growth population happens from about Thursday until Sunday. So it's in addition to our regular full-time residents, our population fluctuates vastly, almost on a weekly basis. But as far as managed growth, Lake Havasu City is a bit different in the respect that we have a limited growth area, and the amount of water that the city has allocated from the Colorado River is only enough to accommodate growth in the city to a population of about 96,000 people. We expect that to happen in about 40 to 50 years, given COVID or recessions, whatever might come along that might extend that or accelerate that for the other matter. That's what our growth is designed for, because that's all the water that we have allocated from the Colorado River. So it's a bit different from a lot of communities that can continue to annex and grow larger and extend their infrastructure out into areas where there isn't infrastructure now. Lake Havasu's infrastructure was put in by a developer. Lake Havasu City, as wonderful as it is, and as dynamic and terrific as it is, and vibrant as it is, was the original plan of a single man, that being Robert McCulloch. So we're kind of living McCulloch's dream right now, and at a population about a little over half of what we expect to build out to. So we have a general plan that we go by. We have our zoning maps are continually changing, because what McCulloch originally envisioned for the city was much more manufacturing than we have now. So some of that zoning is changing from light industrial and commercial. A lot of folks are coming in and building homes or storage units. It seems like we have enough storage units to store every boat in the Southwest. But that's pretty much the growth picture for the community where I was the city manager.
So was a lot of the growth legitimately not brought in by the city, or it was just growth that just came in?
It's natural growth. Natural growth. There was I want to say 38,000, and don't hold me to that number, original parcels that were created by Robert McCulloch and C.V. Wood, the original engineer for the community. So those parcels were recorded on the map for the city. And so the build out that we're having now, the community was built one custom home at a time. And so now we have almost 30,000 homes. Not all of them are unique, because there's a handful of builders that have been around for many years. So the house that I live in, there's not another house like mine in my entire neighborhood, but there are several others like my house throughout the community. So a model home, you might drive down any roadway in the community and see flags up for a model home. They're not all lined up in a row in a subdivision fashion like so many communities, the way they grow. So it has grown differently, but it certainly has grown, as you mentioned. It's a very popular community, particularly for Southern California recreationists who come out to enjoy the lake. Actually, when I first came there almost 20 years ago now, it was my assumption that it was the snowbirds who owned the homes and then rented them to the weekend recreationists who would come in and enjoy the lake. Come to find out is just the opposite. It's actually the Southern Californians for the most part, and from other parts of the state and the Southwest and Canada. that own the homes, and then they rent them to the weekend users during the summertime. So most of the homes, and I will step out on a limb and say at least half of the homes are not occupied on a full-time basis. We have, again, 55,000 or so permanent full-time residents. But again, we can grow by 10, 15,000 either on a weekend or for the winter season.
But you as yourself are there, with the growing, with the way it was growing, what did you have that you added to different growth? Or did you actually go to California to bring people in? Or did you have a plan for the growth of the city? Or was it just, like you said, did it just grow because it was gonna grow, or?
The lots existed many, many years ago. Robert McCulloch and his engineer C.B. Wood, who also engineered Disneyland, and Fountain Hills is also a McCulloch community. They actually created the map of Lake Havasu City, the master plan for Lake Havasu City. Yes, we do have a general plan, and yes, we do have a general development plan with zoning, but it's all based on the original plat that McCulloch and his engineers put together many years ago. Over the years, a lot of those lots, and about 300 or 3,500 of those lots now are still vacant. And that is a topic for discussion now in Lake Havasu City is where do we grow from here, so to speak. The people who want to build in Lake Havasu City, they pick a lot and they choose a builder, and then they have their home built on that lot. Those people were not coerced or brought in on the flights that McCulloch used to do to cold country and bring folks in for a warm weekend in the Arizona desert, and then the requirement was they had to spend 90 minutes with a sales crew who ended up selling most all of the lots that were undeveloped at the time. Well, as those people either migrated to Arizona or sold those lots to other people who wanted to be in Arizona, or retired and then retired to Arizona and then built their home on the lot that they bought many years ago. That's kind of what's happening now. They're not being recruited. They're not being brought in. Our development is not being marketed elsewhere in the country. McCulloch built it, and they have come.
So there was no marketing program like for California, like you said, the majority of people who come from California?
No. The folks in California like coming to Lake Havasu because, well, when it's in Arizona, it's not in California. There's no speed limits on Lake Havasu. So we get a lot of big, fast, loud, noisy, wonderful boats on Lake Havasu. Big offshore racers like you would see on TV on the sports channel. And so they come out to enjoy the lake for the most part. Although now Havasu has become well known for its single track or its mountain bike community, trails being made into the desert for both mountain bikes and side-by-side UTVs and ATVs. It's become quite a destination for off-roaders as well as water recreations. But a lot of those folks who own homes in Lake Havasu that live in Southern California over the years have taken equity out of their Southern California homes, which are grossly inflated in their value. They'll take equity out and they'll come to Havasu and pay cash for a home there or have a home built on a lot that they purchased there. From a growth perspective, looking back, McCulloch always intended for a wastewater collection and treatment system for the entire community. But in the fashion that Havasu developed, basically one lot at a time, it really was not economically smart or feasible to complete all of the wastewater infrastructure throughout the entire community in anticipation of lots being sold. So consequently, some dozen years ago or so, more than that now, 15, 18 years ago, we found ourselves in a situation where all of the lots that had been developed over that time, and at that time we had about 28,000 residences that had been built over time had been put in with temporary septic systems. So in 2001, an initiative went to the voters to authorize $463 million in bonds to be let in the effort to basically sewer the entire community and abandon those 28,000 septic tanks, because there was evidence from ADEQ that those septic tanks were contaminated by groundwater supply. And Havasu, despite the fact that we're right on the Colorado River, right next to the lake, Havasu gets its water from groundwater wells. That is under the influence of the Colorado River, the groundwater is, but we do get our water from the wells for water quality reasons. But there was evidence in monitoring wells that our water supply was potentially being contaminated by so many septic systems. So the bond initiative passed, the bonds were let, and we embarked on an 11-year project to completely sewer the entire community, build a regional wastewater plant, and put in about 409 miles of wastewater collection system. And I ended that project under my tenure as the city manager, and we brought it in over $100 million under budget and almost a year and a half behind schedule. So we were able to do that thanks to the recession.
Or you brought it in ahead of schedule.
We brought it in ahead of schedule. Did I say behind schedule? It was ahead of schedule. We accelerated the program to take advantage of competitive pricing that was the result of the recession, where the contractors, the big Class A contractors that we had to use, really sharpened their pencils, and competition got pretty tight for those jobs, which were great infrastructure jobs at the time. So we enjoyed the proceeds from that, and were able to bring it in way ahead of schedule and way under budget.
Yeah. Okay, Councilman Diaz?
Good morning, Mr. Cousins.
Good
How are
morning.
you? Just for your information, I'm the commander of the VFW here, our local VFW, and we just had the fall conference in Lake Havasu this past weekend.
How was it?
I didn't get to go. I had other commitments here in town, but everybody that went had a really great time. Everybody enjoyed themselves. There was about 250 members that went. It was a state fall conference, so
Nice.
everybody was very
I
pleased
hope it went well. We love those kinds of
with
events.
customer service and everything that they saw out there. Everybody was very happy.
Great.
So that's a
Good to hear.
positive up there, yeah. Well, as you know, we're right on the border with Mexico. Here in Nogales, Arizona, we have about 21,000 people. Nogales, Sonora is about 500,000 people. They have a lot of manufacturing plants here in Mexico. They have, I don't remember, I think it was 10 industrial parks, and they have about 125 factories that produce products that they ship all over the world. So Nogales, Arizona, we're just a pass-through. All these products, they come here and then they just go to the warehouses and they leave, which is good, but the city itself, we don't have a property tax, and we do depend on retail trade for money, for infrastructure, for all kinds of things here in the city. Right now, with the border shut down because of the COVID, it's been putting a big strain on our finances. We're okay, but still it puts a strain on the finances, it puts a strain on people not being able to work, and it's just a bad situation for everybody. Would you have any plans or any ideas of how maybe we can bring some of that manufacturing back? What it used to be here in Nogales back in the 70s, I guess, it used to be a twin plant concept where we had a plant here, and there was another plant in Mexico. This was back in the 70s. I worked for a place called Senor Ricardo in Mexico, and it was Irvine Industries here in Nogales, Arizona. And what they did is, part of the operation was here in Nogales, and the other part was in Nogales, Sonora. They used to make suits, they used to make sports jackets, and what I remember what we did here is we received all the material here in Nogales, Arizona. They cut the patterns, and there was rolls about 100 feet long, and they would cut patterns, put them in a container, ship them to Mexico, put them together, and they would bring them back to Nogales, Arizona, unfinished. Here we would put the labels, glue the eyelets, where we put the buttons on, and put the labels on. It was Senor Ricardo, J.C. Penney, Mr. Mark, California, Sears, Saks Fifth Avenue, and we finished the product here. So that was a concept that I personally know about, because I worked there for about a year before I went into the Army, and it was pretty nice because it was both cities working together. Somehow back in the day, NAFTA got in the way and everything went to Mexico because of the cheap labor rates and everything like that. I tried, when Senator McCain was still alive, I tried reaching out at one of the conferences we went to DC. I did talk to Senator McCain, and then he got me a staffer, well, anyways, I talked to the staffer, and we talked about the idea of trying to do something here where we can maybe do a federal, do a factory where you produce something that the federal government needs. And with that, the federal government would buy the product that this factory would provide. Whatever it may be, it could be a pencil, it could be a notepad, it could be wiring harnesses, which they do at Charles Gilman, but on a very low scale, or maybe wiring for the tanks, for boats, for military equipment. So trying to expand on the idea, but the bureaucracy, the red tape, and you have to do this, you have to do that, and all kinds of red tape. It never formalized. So do you think maybe you would have an idea of how we could bring the federal government in, or we could bring in manufacturing, and the government would be the customer of this factory, and that would give us growth, that would give us a good tax base, people going to work and everything like that here locally.
Sure, it's a great idea. And I have a little bit of experience in that a long time ago when I worked in San Diego for the Otay Municipal Water District. And we shared the Otay Mesa border with Mexico. And I was involved in the negotiating team for bringing emergency water supplies to Tijuana, and actually did the design work on the actual pipeline crossing itself. And it was an emergency in that Rodriguez Dam was compromised and the city was looking at running out of water, and we were the closest water supplier. Of course, our water was wheeled through the Metropolitan Water District and came from Lake Havasu, ironically. And so there was a lot of moving parts involved. But in the end, in the meetings that we had that I was involved in Mexico, with I'll call them the movers and shakers, the folks who had the decision-making authority on how much could be paid and what they would be willing to support or not support. Those meetings were very congenial, and I think it all comes down to relationships and how you build those relationships. And I think the heart of those relationships has to center on mutual respect. And that was one of the things that was very apparent to me going into those meetings, was that if we didn't have that mutual respect, and build those relationships from a very ground level, nothing was going to happen. Fortunately, we hammered out an agreement. We got it all agreed to, but then the IBWC, the International Boundary and Water Commission, had to bless it, and that unfortunately took many months. Once it got to the federal level, it just came to a screeching halt. And that's nobody's fault, other than I think just the bureaucracy of it. It kind of it got sandbagged, so to speak, at the bureaucratic level. Ultimately, there was a minute order issued, and it was allowed to continue, and we got water to Tijuana. But again, I think this would be a similar circumstance where finding the right people, including our federal legislators, and I have a very close working relationship with our Congressman Paul Gulissar. I have him in my phone. If I called him right now, I'm sure he would answer the phone. And he's eager to listen. He's helped us on many initiatives, federal level initiatives in Lake Havasu City regarding the lake, and is very attentive. So I think not knowing what the relationship between Nogales, Arizona and Nogales, Sonora is at this point, I think that might be a good place to start. It's like how get the right people in the room, not too many attorneys. Is there an attorney in the room?
There's only one right here.
Sorry. No offense. And get the right people in the room who are willing to sit down and hear what each other has to say and share ideas. I think that's the seed. That's where it's got to start. And it's got to have a champion. It's got to have somebody who is the spark plug to really keep it going and see it through when personalities might get in the way. Somebody who can smooth ruffled feathers and keep things moving in a forward track. That's kind of a vague answer to your question, but I firmly believe that it's got to start with relationships, or it's not going to go anywhere.
Going back to that, you were working with the water between Tijuana, Lake Havasu, and all that. Well, here in Nogales, we have an issue that's been going on for years. It's called the International Outflow Interceptor, the IOI, and we've been battling the State Department for years on that. And it's a wastewater that comes in from Mexico, 10 million gallons a day, and so we were. Real briefly, because this could go on, for hours and
Sure.
hours. But we contribute like 4 million gallons a day, which is about 9% of the flow. Mexico is at 10 million gallons a day. We are being charged for our 7% that we can 7 to 9% that we contribute. We are being charged 23%. Which is an outrageous amount. We're almost triple in what IBWC is charging us for our wastewater. So there's a big issue we have here. When the flood, thank God we didn't have any floods this year, but every time in our monsoon season, with the waters coming in from Mexico and everything, we have issues with the IOI breaking, or it gets pressurized along the way and manholes blowing up, and the contamination flows north to us. The Santa Cruz River, I think, is one of the two rivers that flow north. It doesn't leave north, it flows north. So we have a big issue with that. So I'm sure with your expertise in already dealing with Tijuana on the water issue, maybe you can come up with some good ideas of how we can work with IBWC. It's a familiar issue to me, and again, we're going back many years, but the almost the identical situation was happening on the border between Tijuana and San Diego.
there was about 15 million gallons a day coming across the Tijuana River into Southern California. Ultimately, after many years of haggling and finger pointing, a wastewater treatment plant was built on the border, and a deep ocean outfall was created. Hundreds of millions of dollars went into it, under the assurance by the Mexican government that they would pay their fair share and also pay for the use. And it's my understanding that to this day the citizens of California and Southern California, San Diego County in particular, are paying basically the entire cost of operating that facility. And it's a constant bone of contention. But again, how you fix that, I can't sit here and tell you I have a solution other than going back to the table, sitting down with the people who care, and working out a solution and getting assurances that everybody will pull in that direction to that end. Is the only place to start. It's the only place you can start. Finger pointing, shouting, and accusing folks of one thing or another, that doesn't move the needle when you've got a project like this. If I may ask a question, where does Nogales, Arizona discharge its treated effluent?
We have a wastewater treatment plant about 9 miles away in Rio Rico, and it is discharged into the Santa Cruz River.
Yes, sir.
So it's a live stream discharge?
The influence,
Got it.
about 9 million gallons a day.
So you don't recycle the water?
Not to this point, but maybe sometime in the future they might want to do that.
See, that's in my background as well. I'm very, well, that's my education, civil engineering, all that goes back. Mostly water, wastewater, and some electrical distribution engineering. But water, wastewater, water recycling, and water reuse is an area that I have much expertise in. Yeah.
ADEQ, just for your information, Mr. Castle, ADEQ says that the majority of the water, if one day gets recycled, probably is going to go. Mexico wants it because they're the ones that have the majority of the water capacity, not Nogales. But right now, as it is, it's going into the Santa Cruz River and is probably being. It's probably charging the aquifers up
percolating
in
back
Tucson
into the-
area, Pimacami and stuff, which is fine. But I mean, that's far fetched. That's so far in the future that it would be such a big battle trying to say that we're not going to put it in the Santa Cruz River because that's the only water you see in the river right now because it's basically a dry river
Gotcha.
unless there's rains. But the area from there to past Tubac, it flows on the surface and it helps with the
Just
with
percolates.
the
into
economy, but actually the environment there. There's some fish there that live off it and stuff, and so it makes the area pretty. And it's always been a battle. They want the water there in Tubac.
Yeah, see,
Yeah.
the two largest agencies that I have experience with water recycling, one in San Diego County, the water was so expensive there. I mean, that agency bought all of its water treated from the San Diego County Water Authority, and it was very expensive water. It was about $500 to $600 an acre foot. I'm going back 20 years. So if anybody wanted to build a golf course, they had to either find their own water, bring it, or buy the recycled water that the agency created. And so every drop of the wastewater that was recycled there was repurchased and reused for irrigation. And in Lake Havasu City, we're in a similar situation in that we cannot discharge back to the Colorado River. We just cannot. In fact, we have to stay, a designated distance away from the river before we can even reuse that water. We have a golf course that's right down on the Bridgewater Channel. I don't know if you've been there or not. It's an executive course, but they're not allowed to use the recycled water that we're creating because they're adjacent to a federal waterway. So all of our treated effluent is now being used on the golf course, 2 golf courses, uphill from the river, and literally every drop of water is being recycled. And in the wintertime, when there isn't that demand for that water, we actually inject it back into the ground through injection wells. And then we also have an extraction well that will pull that water now back out to take some of the peaks off. So my history with reclaimed water is that we got to use every drop of it at
Yes.
least twice, or it's wasted. But in the case of percolating back into the groundwater table, I mean you're using it again. There is no new water on the planet. It's all the same water that we've been recycling since the beginning. So,
Yeah, many years ago, Nogales sold their share of the CAP water to, I believe it was Scottsdale, if I'm not mistaken. So we don't have any shares on the Central Arizona Project water. So our groundwater is very good.
Good.
It's some of the best water in the state, actually, and we have 100-year supply. So we're good on the potable water.
So you're lucky.
The issue we have is the sewer water,
Yeah.
and it's Mexico and us. But one day it'll be fixed.
Are they willing to build a 9-mile pipeline to come in?
No, we have the pipeline, but what they need to do over there is pump their water over the ridge to the Aliso Springs, of the Aliso wastewater treatment plant that they developed over there. We're taking everything. There's a hub in Nogales, Sonora. Everything north of that hub comes to our plant because we're downhill. But they do have a section of Nogales, Sonora being pumped into that. Once they develop a system for their own, then they can reduce the capacity. And once they reduce the capacity, maybe a little bit more control. But I won't take you into that because we'll be talking on it about 20 years. I've been talking about this for 20 years now. And Councilman Barona's been talking about it for 30 years. It's, yeah, but it is, it's something that pretty soon we're going to be discussing with IBWC because we just got a letter from them that we're going to have to get a mediator and start talking about certain issues that it'll probably take all day for us to talk about, but I won't take you into that.
You have my
Councilman
best
Diaz,
wishes
do you have
with the
anything
IBWC.
else? Yeah, Councilman Diaz, you have anything else?
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Casas, for being back
Thank you.
with us today. It was Shea Salcedo, the staffer that was helping us with that
Shea
project.
Salcedo.
Shea Salcedo, he was the secretary that came, and we had a gentleman here, Aaron White, who was our marketing analyst here for the city. So all three of us were kind of working on that same project, but like I say, the red tape, the bureaucracy and all that, whatever. But thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Councilman Barona?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please expand on your knowledge about our form of government?
Well, you have a council manager form of government, and so in a nutshell, that means that the city council has entered into an agreement or a contract with a professional to run the day-to-day activities of the city organization, and the city manager operates under the policy guidelines of the elected body, and also works with the budget that is ultimately approved by that elected body. But the day-to-day operations, the personnel matters, as a general rule, come under the purview of the city manager, under the council manager form of government.
So if I go into your office and tell you I want you to hire somebody in particular, what are you gonna tell me?
Well, we would have to have a discussion. I would probably ask the mayor to come in and remind you of how the council manager form of government is laid out, and we'd have to go from there.
So in your participatory management philosophy, where you say, I keep drama to its minimum, how would you be keeping drama to its minimum with this situation? By asking the mayor to come in, how would you be keeping drama, according to your philosophy, to a minimum?
Well, my philosophy on drama is in the workplace itself. Now, that doesn't preclude drama between the city manager and the elected officials. It has been my experience that the relationship between the city manager and the elected officials goes through the mayor. The mayor represents the other council members on the board, so to speak, on matters that go through the city manager. So I would insist that we have a discussion with the mayor and work through the mayor on any issues that you might have with me as the city manager.
And me being an elected official, I don't understand, why do I have to go through the mayor?
Well, again, it has
If you
been.
understand our form of government.
Well, again, it has been my experience in the agencies that I have worked with and worked for that the interaction between the elected officials and management is directed through the mayor. The mayor represents the interests of the elected body. That doesn't mean we couldn't have discussions, go to lunch, talk about it, or have informal discussions about it. But for the city manager under the council manager form of government to take direction from any single council member, in my opinion, is not something that works well, has worked well, would work well, and I would have to insist that we work through the mayor to resolve any issues that you and I might have.
And if that situation that you bring up is incorrect in your satisfaction, what would you do?
With respect to, if the mayor were to order me to do what you are directing me to do,
Correct. What would you do?
Gosh, that would be in direct conflict with, I assume, my contract as well as the city charter. Although I know that there are charter amendments on the ballot that would serve to put the ultimate decision in the hands of the council, the mayor and council. Those, in my opinion, would have to be, or in my interpretation, would need to be majority votes. So taking direction from any single council member, in my opinion, would be contrary to the contract that I would have with the elected body. And I would also look to the city attorney to assist, to look into the matter.
Okay. What specifically would you tell the city attorney?
That I, in conflict with my contract and the council manager form of government, plus whatever amendments might come along in the city charter. And I will confess to you that I have not studied the city charter. I've looked at it, but I haven't examined it. I have looked at the charter amendments that are on the ballot. The issue that I would have, quite frankly, with, and this is my own personal opinion, the issue that I would have with the city council getting involved in personnel matters is that if, and we'll take one extreme example here. Let's say I need to do a disciplinary action on a particular employee. Say they're toxic to the organization. I need to take disciplinary action on this employee, up to and possibly including termination. If council steps in and says, no, you're not going to terminate this person, that puts the city manager in an untenable position, particularly with the rest of the rank and file. That sends a terrible message to the rest of the organization on the effectiveness of the city manager and the support that the city manager is getting from the elected body. So that is a situation that would need to be reconciled both internally and externally through the attorney, and hopefully the mayor would agree that there will be support there for the council manager form of government, and action will be taken to preserve the sanctity of those agreements.
the untenable portion of your statement, how does that relate to the proposition that's before the people in relationship to what you stated?
Well, again, hopefully it would never come to the point to where the city manager, whether it's me or anyone else for that matter, would be placed in a position of being essentially overturned. And that long before a situation like that would get to a point of disciplinary action up to and/or including termination, that at least the mayor and possibly the council will be brought up to speed on what the situation is and what brought us to that point, so that it wouldn't be just coming out of the blue and then have the whole thing turned on its ear, so to speak, by the elected body, when in fact there has been stages of disciplinary action leading up to that point that the council may not be aware of.
The proposition before the people has to do with department heads. I understand your elaboration on the workforce. Now tell me of what you think about dealing with department heads as the proposition before the people is stated.
Well, if the department heads are going to report ultimately to the elected body, there's another
That's
name
not
for
what-
that. It's called
that's
strong
not-
mayor.
That's not what the proposition says.
Yeah, I understand. And I read the proposition. I honestly don't recall reading about department heads specifically.
That's what it says. But that's okay. No, I don't want to spend more
I
time.
mean, it's
Tell me about
basically the same
I
scenario.
understand. Tell me about your philosophy on economic development. Do you believe that we should have an economic development director for the community? Did you have an economic development director like Havasu?
Lake Havasu City has a separate entity called the Partnership for Economic Development, the PED. The PED operates on 25% of the bed tax as well as the bar and restaurant tax. We have a 3% bed tax and a 1% bar and restaurant tax. The Tourism Bureau, or what we call Go Lake Havasu, and the Partnership for Economic Development, they enjoy the proceeds of the bed tax as well as the bar and restaurant tax. Tourism gets 75% of that, and PED gets 25% of that, or it equates to a little over $1 million a year.
That's an interesting philosophy.
Yeah, they're a separate entity. They're governed by their own board of directors, and it's worked out quite well.
Yeah, having their own board of directors, taking it away from City Hall, with the exception of the funding, I think that sounds, we need something in economic development. We need to work on economic development. As you will see when you analyze our financial statements, including our revenues and our debt, something needs to be done.
Yes.
Some additional source or sources of revenue need to be addressed. It'll be a very hard decision, hard recommendation, but it needs to be addressed, otherwise the survival of the community is going to be jeopardized.
Understood. And getting back to what Councilman Diaz brought up with respect to do they call them maquiladoras here?
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm familiar with maquiladoras on the Otay Mesa in San Diego County. And so a similar concept there. There were facilities on both sides of the border. Sony has a huge factory on Otay Mesa, as well as a facility on the other side of the border. I'm no expert on how the economics of that works. I'm sure there are terrific reasons why they use that business model, but I just haven't been a part of it, so I don't know enough about it, quite frankly. But I'm willing to learn. I have read the financials. I do find many opportunities in the budget for kind of hopefully bringing things a little bit tighter. Economic development is a touchy subject from community to community. I know in my community there are folks who wonder what the PED is producing for their $1 million a year. They're really, with the exception of maybe a couple of restaurants that they were able to attract, we built a developer constructed a huge outdoor mall just outside the city limit, or it's in the city limits, right at the edge of the city. And unfortunately, that mall opened about 20 minutes before the Great Recession hit. So much of that mall has been vacant ever since. The mall is still open. Penny's is still there. Dillard's is still there. We have a Walmart Mart Supercenter and other fairly large tenants there. But for the most part, much of that mall is still just empty windows. Our PED did go out and find a provider that is an online provider that has moved into much of that space, and now they do both online distribution as well as they have a small storefront there where you can actually go in and buy over the counter what you might otherwise buy online, and it comes from basically the same place. It's a very different model, retail model, than this, the walking strip mall concept, but it seems to be working pretty well. So we may be in a transition. We are most definitely in a transition with respect to retail habits and trends and how we consume the products that we need on a daily basis. And it would be nice to sit down with folks with expertise in that area and kind of talk about some concepts on how Nogales might be able to seize those opportunities and bring them to this town. It might be a little bit different from what folks understand to be the norm, but they're worth examining, in my opinion. So it becomes touchy with respect to what the community might think about some of these more unique forms of providing goods and services.
A latter statement that you made, and I'm going to paraphrase it. If I paraphrase it incorrectly, please feel free to correct me. You said the opportunity to constrain the budget. Could you give me one example of how you would constrain the budget?
In looking at and I didn't look at the current budget. I looked at last year's budget to its completion because we have actual numbers there. Normally, I would look at the CAFR, the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report. I couldn't find your CAFR because the CAFR seems to be get really right to the heart of what makes the community tick financially. And so in absence of that, I looked at the tables that are sent to the state, and they do a pretty comprehensive accounting of where the money is going and how it's accounted for. It seems to me there might be some opportunities through interdepartmental transfers to and I hate to say this, it makes the budget look better and not so out of balance in the end. And also the capital program. I know all those capital projects need to be done, but it's been my experience that often, almost always, the capital program, particularly the short and long-term capital programs, have a lot of wishful thinking, for lack of a better term, and often those numbers, those big numbers for some of those larger outlying capital projects can serve to kind of bloat the budget, if you will. And one of the things that we did at Lake Havasu City when I was first asked to be the city manager, we were looking at a $3 million deficit in spending. I mean, we had about 2 weeks worth of spendable cash in the bank. We were a month away from not being able to meet payroll. It was a dire situation then. We had a lot of dramatic, drastic things to do very quickly. So bringing in the department heads, putting the teams together, everybody agreeing that what needed to be done. And initially we did a kind of an impromptu method of where, if, for example, the fire department had 12% of the budget, they had to find 12% of that $3 million shortfall. and on through the other departments, all the way, Parks and Recreation. You've got 8% of the budget that's creating that $3 million shortfall. You got to find your 8% of that $3 million. So just getting everybody on the same page with something so kind of simplistic, it actually worked beautifully. Of course, there was kicking and screaming, particularly from the fire department. You can't let go of stuff, but we made it work. It did work. Then we went through a process of looking at, and ultimately it turned into a process called priority-based budgeting. We went through a process of looking at all of the processes and the actions that each of our departments were responsible for, put them into a number of categories, whether it's required by law, if it's just something that's nice to do, if it's something that we've always done, and categorized basically everything that we were spending resources on, personal resources, financial resources, equipment, vehicles, you name it. We looked at all of that and judged each of those expenses based on the value that was coming back to the community. What is the citizen getting from this activity? And if the city was getting, or the citizen was getting nothing from a certain spectrum of activities that the city was doing, we eliminated them. And unfortunately, there were positions attached to a lot of those activities. We reduced our personnel by 111 positions permanently. But a good number of those positions were already vacant. So those positions were just eliminated. And unfortunately, the rest were real people with real families, and that's a very difficult thing to do. But if you got to make ends meet for the rest of the community, unfortunately, those kinds of decisions need to be made, and need to be made with the blessing, so to speak, of the mayor and the council as well. And obviously, you should be kept in the loop of everything that's going on. And at the time, I was producing a Friday newsletter to council and kept them apprised of everything that I was doing along with my executive team.
Mr. Varona, excuse me, sir. We have 25 minutes left, and there's 3 of us left.
Okay. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to wind it down.
I'll shorten my answers.
You bring out an interesting thing that I've been really struggling with the past city managers. And you highlight it right now with your Friday newsletter. Tell me, how are you gonna communicate with us on a consistent basis? I don't want to be in your office, okay? That's not my role to be in your office. But I expect you to tell me what's going on in the city. I'm not John Doe off the street either. There's gotta be mutual respect for the elected official, as I have respect for your position to run the city on a day-to-day basis. How are you going to communicate consistently to us, in writing, to tell us concerns that are happening? And if you could add a little overtone with it, are you an individual that loves to sit in his office all day long, or get out into the community and see what's going on? If you could answer that.
I'm a doer. Unfortunately, a lot of the job requires that I sit in one place, and it seems like most of the time I'm just putting my signature on stuff. But if you are ever in the building, my door will always be open. If you're ever in the building, just passing through or have a minute to stop in, my door would always be open, and you're always welcome to step in regardless of what I might be doing at the time. I will always welcome you in the office. We can talk offline on some of the things that I might not be able to put in a newsletter, and that happens from time to time. I used to produce a weekly product, if you will, called the TW3. That was the week. This was the week that was, and so it basically just bulleted items, maybe half a dozen different bulleted items about what has come across my desk You know, whether I've spoken with the media or, you know, if somebody stepped into my office with a great idea, those kinds of things, you know, that I can keep in touch. I would produce that and send it not only to you, but also to the local media. Transparency is best. Transparency is, it makes the community more comfortable with what's going on at City Hall. And therefore, you're less subject to speculation on what might be going on behind closed doors at City Hall. My door's almost never closed unless somebody's getting chewed out, and sometimes it's me. So, you know, I have enjoyed a good working relationship with all of the elected officials that I've ever worked for, and there's been many, over 40 plus years working in government. I've worked for dozens of managers. I've worked for countless elected officials, some good, some terrible, and I've learned something from every one of them. And I think one of the things that I learned early on is to keep the lines of communication open, be honest, and you know, don't duck the hard questions when they come. But there will be circumstances where, you know, I'll work with the attorney on it, where I can't go online to the community with a particular issue or a personnel or a real estate matter, or there might be some negotiations taking place. You know, basically the same things that allow you to have a closed session. There may be things that I really can't divulge to the public yet that I might need to speak with you on. So there might be some confidential memos, or I might save those discussions for when you happen to be coming down the hall and step into my office and we can have that meeting face to face.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes,
thank you.
okay. Councilwoman?
I had a pleasure of talking to you earlier.
Yes, ma'am.
Welcome to Nogales.
I enjoyed it as well.
My main concern and what I'm really motivating is promoting cultural heritage in the community. What's your idea about promoting cultural heritage in the community?
Well, you know, I'm not a Spanish speaker, unfortunately. That was one of the 2 life goals that I was not able to accomplish. The other was learning to play a musical instrument. And I regret that now more than ever, because the Hispanic heritage is deep and it's rich, and it's, you know, the people just driving around the community. Yes, many neighborhoods are obviously economically depressed, but the homes are not ramshackle, so to speak. One of the things I mentioned to my wife was, you know, there's not a lot of trash. Maybe not much of a yard in some of these houses, but the grass is cut and it's neat. So that tells me that these are good, hardworking, honest, honorable people, and the heritage is rich. And coming from San Diego, you know, I was just a white kid in the neighborhood. Never really had a lot of diversity in my neighborhood or in my school. Not a lot. Some. In working at the Otay Municipal Water District, again, where I worked with the Mexican government as well as the leaders just on this side of the border were largely Hispanic. Board of directors was mostly Hispanic. So I have a deep respect and admiration for the family unit, as well as the hardworking individuals. And I think we also have to be cognizant of city spending, and I'm diverging a little bit here, but we have to be cognizant of outspending as an organization, outspending the citizens' ability to pay for that stuff, because clearly a lot of those folks are struggling. And so keeping that heritage alive, I could get behind that. I would support that. Where that would fall into the city's purview of providing essential public services at the lowest possible cost, which is kind of my mantra. Where where a facility, if we were to consider a facility or a park, how we could include what you're talking about into those developments would be discussions that we could certainly build into virtually anything new that we might be considering. As far as having a cultural center, so to speak, come under the purview of the city, we'd have to have that discussion to determine how we pay for that, who pays for that, what value is the community getting back out of that investment. And once I get your direction, I'll make it happen.
We have a sisterhood agreement with Nogales, Sonora, and so we work very closely with the Mexican consulate. So there's several events during the year, and we want to keep doing it, and it's within the Nogales, Sonora, Nogales, Arizona, and the Mexican consulate. And I think that brings a lot of people and families involved. So I really think it's very important to have that promoting through the city.
Agreed. What that looks like in the end, we would have to have that discussion. I wouldn't go into it with any preconceived notions. You know, I love the festivals, I love the colors, I love the excitement, the music, all of those things. I support wholeheartedly and would encourage, both sides to work together on that. But again, it gets back to the relationship piece and how, what common visions that we have and who's going to do what and how we can make it happen. I kind of look at the pragmatic view of how things happen and what it's going to take, what cogs in the machine need to come together to actually end up with a product in the end. And of course, that product has to be consistent with your goals and your desires as the elected officials in this community.
Okay. I'm just going to quote one thing that I saw in your resume, and it says that you have the ability to develop a positive and successful working relationship with elected officials. And that's so good.
So far, so good.
Good. And I'm going to be short. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman. Vice Mayor?
Morning, Mr. Cousins. Welcome to Nogales.
Mr. Vice Mayor.
I know that a lot of the questions this morning have been regarding the economic development, and we could go for days talking about that. My question is going back to Councilman Diaz's statements on there's 120 maquiladoras in Mexico, but a lot of the people that work in those maquiladoras live on this side of the border in Arizona. We have a federal building, the port of entry, who hires hundreds of agents that don't live here in Nogales. They live in Sahuarita or Tucson. So what is your vision on new development? And I know you mentioned that Lake Havasu does not depend on annexation because they were successful within their city limits on growth. What do you think of the problem here in Nogales is the topography. There's not enough land available to build. So we've been kind of thinking of going ahead with annexation, expanding the city limits to farther north. And what is your vision on new development, and how would you go about it? Do you have any annexation experience?
Yes, I have some annexation experience. I'll tell you what I know about annexation, and you may not like this answer. But in my opinion, it would not be advisable to annex property simply to build homes. It is my opinion as a professional in this business that if you're going to annex, you should annex areas where businesses will go in, because that's where your tax revenue is going to come from. To annex to build homes, those homes will require infrastructure. And you don't have a property tax. So other than the enterprise funds, if you sell them water through a meter or sell them sewer service on a monthly basis, those should be cost revenue or cost revenue neutral, where just what you charge is just what it costs to provide, as well as debt service and capital plan. But so to annex an area that's going to put a demand on, an additional demand on the city's resources really doesn't make economic sense. What does make economic sense is if you have an opportunity to annex an area where businesses are located, where you're going to have jobs, where you're going to have tax revenues, where you're going, it's actually going to be cash flow positive for the city. So that's my opinion on annexation. In general, I have been involved in annexations, large and small, for at least 2 agencies that I've worked with, including Lake Havasu. And that has been my experience. You do an economic feasibility study is one of the first things you do when a request for annexation comes through, to determine whether or not it's going to cost the city money or bring the city money, or at least pay for itself.
One more question. The city depends a lot on sales tax because we don't have any property tax. And right now we're going through difficulties because the border has been closed and the downtown area merchants are struggling just to stay open. What do you think if the border is deciding to open like in mid-October, like I think they're thinking about October 21st. Do you agree with that decision regarding the opening of the border during the COVID-19 epidemic that we're having, pandemic?
That's a loaded question. I am no expert on COVID. I have to depend on the people who are experts on COVID to get guidance on what the best practices are and to protect myself and my family, and in this instance to help protect the community. Whether Nogales, Arizona would even have the ability to keep the border closed when the federal government has ordered them or allowed them to open is not a question for me. You could speak to the city attorney or their legislative team. That's what I might feel about it. Really has no relevance on what effect that the city might be able to have on that situation. In Lake Havasu City, one of the things that they have done locally is put together a volunteer resource team. And the city put in seed money of $250,000 to begin the volunteer resource team. Other communities that are doing well in the city are also contributing to the VRT. And then the local businesses that have been hurt the most by closures, restaurant owners, coffee houses, you name it, they can apply for grants under that program. And that's administered by our vice mayor, as a matter of fact. And it's not a city program, but it's a city sponsored program, if you will. But it's being, the city brought it to life, and now it's the rest of the community that's keeping it alive. And as I understand, there's been at least a couple of dozen of companies that have been able to manage to keep employees on the payroll and at least keep their businesses, period, because of the grants that they've received from this resource program. That's something that the city can control. regardless of what the experts on COVID might come up with, whether you need a mask or don't need a mask, or social distancing is okay, or you can open the gyms, but only half capacity, all of that stuff. We have to look to the folks at the state level and at the federal level to get guidance from the people who are experts. But there are some things we can do at a local level. One example I just gave you in Lake Havasu. I don't know if that answers your question or not, but
Thank you for your response.
best I got.
Mr. Mayor, that's it for me.
Yeah, that's it? Yeah. See, they always give the mayor the last word, but the less minutes. Very talkative concept, but it's good though. That's because, you know why?
I'll just nod.
Because I get to hear all of them, all the questions, and I get to hear your answers, Mr. Carlson. And I think they all did a great job asking the questions. And Mr. Diaz took my thunder away with IBWC and the IOI. The Vice Mayor took my thunder with the annexation, which has been my thing. And Mr. Varón is always, and Mr. Hanesian, they're always with accountability, transparency, and the numbers. So we had a little bit of everything. But one thing I want to ask you, I used to be the Public Works Director for the City of Nogales, all right? And my thing is infrastructure, the IOI, everything with IBWC, ADEQ, and paving. I love paving. I think paving is the best thing. If you have the money, use it and do it. Look, the unfortunate thing is that this year's been a real slow year for our paving projects because of the COVID. You know, we had problems with that, and we had staffing and issues with we went with a 50-50 crew and stuff that was not very good to do. We should have stayed 100%, especially in the infrastructure part of it, because you're always outside. You're always not huddled up in a group. You know, you have to worry about. But my thing is that if I was to ask you, and I'm working with you, all right, not with directors or not with employees. I'm working with you to put a meeting together with Public Works in regards to infrastructure. And you're with me in the room, and we're discussing future projects. You tell me, is that okay, or is that not okay?
It would be okay, I think, if it was my meeting, if I called the meeting, and I opened with why we were having a meeting, and you know the mayor's here, and has a few things that he would like to say on this topic, and if we conducted it in that way, not that I'm a power monger or anything like that. I just think from the point of view of the rank and file and the employees, I think they need to know that the city manager is in charge of managing the city, but the city manager is cognizant of everything that council wants to do. I've looked at your goals and your priorities, and they seem right in line. Now, if I may go on, I don't know if I answered that question or not, but could I ask you a question? Do you, on your paving, do you mill and fill? Do you do just slurry seal?
We
do chip seal?
We have a paving machines. We have milling machines. We do chip seal.
So you do
We
it
have
all.
tack oil, and we have very, very good crews in paving. So this is my concern. If you only have so much money in HERF, why give it to a company with one street when you can pave 10 small streets on your own? You understand? Stretch the buck.
Absolutely.
And that's why I think it's important, because as a council, we approved all this. We approve all these things, and And for instance, say you didn't have any experience, you, saying the city manager, in anything that has to do with public works. No experience at all, okay? And how would you conduct a meeting with public works? You just gonna believe what they say, or would you, how would you conduct yourself on that?
Well, I would first conduct myself with whoever's in charge of public works. Ultimately, that's the person that I would hold accountable for what's going on in public works. And one of the first things that I would do, if you were to select me as even your interim city manager, would be to bring in all of those department heads and sit down and introduce myself, as well as give them each of them the opportunity to introduce themselves to me, and I would want them to describe to me what their duties are. So I would hold, I'm big on chain of command. I think it's necessary. You gotta have a chain of
Yes.
command to maintain the respect of those people that are out there at the end of the system. So that's where I would start, would be at the top. Just make sure that we all know each other, we understand each other, everybody knows where I'm coming from, what my goals are. My mantra, plain and simple, as a public official is that we are all here to provide a public service. We are public servants. We're not here to determine how things can't be done or won't be done, find reasons. We need to say, to not say no because, we need to say yes if. And we need to be here to help not only the citizens accomplish what they want to accomplish in the community, but also help each other succeed in the organization. That's where the whole drama, just quashing internal drama comes from. You can't have both. You can't have people supporting each other and bickering too. So, one's got to win out over the other, and I would rather go with the positive side than the negative side. So that's it in a nutshell. Again, it would be chain of command. There's going to be, for example, in Lake Havasu City, we have a state-certified water quality laboratory that agencies all up and down the river bring their samples to, and then our lab checks both their wastewater samples, their potable water samples, and what have you, and they pay for that privilege. But if I were to go into that lab and try and have a meeting with those people who work in that lab and convince them that I know what they're doing and I know better to do it some other way, that can't happen. I haven't a clue as to, I have to trust that they have the knowledge, the education, and the expertise to do what it is they're being paid to do in the city. And the certification process and all of the other things that go along with that. I would not profess to go into a situation like that, even pretending to know what they know, or even be close to it. But those people are going to report to the department head, and if I have any questions about what's going on in that lab, I go through the department head and preserve my standing with those people out there in the lab.
In Nogales, there's a tendency that people don't, the citizens, constituents, don't call the city manager. They call the mayor. They call the city council, okay? So, 85% of the calls to my office have to do with infrastructure issues, with paving, potholes, and paving, completely. Some of the roads are in the residential areas, some of them are really bad. And we've been discussing this as a council for the past 2 years. Last year, we were very, very successful. We paved about 12 streets last year.
You just got to
In-house.
remove those silly
And
speed bumps.
plus we paved 2 big projects, which was Magnab and Nogales, Nogalitos, which were Seagull projects and that were done, CDBG money. And people, that's what they want, okay? So the reason I'm saying this is because they're not gonna call you, and they're not gonna call Public Works. They're gonna call my office. And I get calls every day. Or they'll call city council members. Or when they meet them out in a store or something, you know, hey, what about this, what about that? Last week, I put 2 streets that we paved in-house, that Mr. Kissinger and I walked through the streets after they were completed. One of them hasn't been paved, but they did the infrastructure, the other one's been paved. I put it on my Facebook page, mine and the city's Facebook page. Over 100 likes and 50-some comments and several shares were in one day. Okay, and the people were saying, "Beautiful work, Mayor. I love what you're doing, and everything. But what about this? Beautiful this. What about my street? You know." So that's the way I like to deal with the residents of Nogales, because I want to know what's happening. That's why I'm saying, what would be your? That's why the first question was, what would be the problem if I was to, unless you want it in writing from my office saying, this is what I got from constituents, all the streets, or would we have a meeting together, and then later on put a meeting together with Public Works and discuss, because we do have a list of streets that are prioritized. We already have it at the council.
Do you use the PCI, the pavement condition index, or any other
Well,
system?
it all depends. It all depends. But you know, what I've been doing, because of my experience, I've been going with streets that haven't been paved in 50 years. You know, there's some streets right now that we paved when I was in my first administration that need maintenance. You know, and we followed through with that, Mr. Kissinger and I. But then there's some streets that, offshoots of those major collectors and minor collector roads, offshoots or dead ends that have never been done. So we're doing some of those right now. So I like to get involved in that because I have the experience in it, not because I want to push authority or anything like that.
Yeah, understood.
As Mr. Kissinger and I have had the meetings and we've discussed it with Public Works, but I go to Mr. Kissinger, we put the meetings together. That's why I was asking you, what would be, if there would be a problem in that? You know, because otherwise, if there was a problem and something like that with the city manager, then I would have to write a memo to you to tell you what the constituents are doing. By the time that whole process goes by, 2 months went by, 3 months went by, and we didn't do anything.
Understood. And
We have the, just, you said it yourself, that's what you are too. I'm a hands-on type of guy, you know, and Mr. Kissinger doesn't like to turn his phone on. We've got meetings. But, that's the way I like, you know, I like to work, you know, and I'm sure that each one of the members of the city council, on their priorities, they like to do the same thing. And not to put the authority of a mayor over a city manager. I too was part of the committee and campaign process to make the city of Nogales a city manager form of government back in 2000. So and Mr. Varona was one of the people that put that charter change together. And I very, you know, I'm strongly support that. I think every city should have a manager form of government. In the past, the mayor had all the control, and I can tell you stories you don't want to hear. It's bad. I'm sure you know about those stories. They're bad, and you don't want that. And plus, for my $50 a month, I don't want the headaches of working and doing everything. I want to be able to legislate and set policy. All right. But I do love getting involved in certain things, but with the city manager. I never talk to employees. I never talk to directors personally. Never have I done this in and this is my second term. Why? Because I know that that's not the proper way of doing it. And plus, I don't think I need to listen to their problems, you know. Even though they try to push these problems on me, I don't like to listen to them. I tell them to talk to John. So that's just a concern, you know, it's just a comment.
I totally agree with what you're saying, and in fact, I would encourage you and I to have a regular weekly meeting together where we can sit down and, you know, you can share, you know, whatever comments you're getting off Facebook page or from the community with me directly, and we can have a staff member handy to keep those notes. And then when I meet with the department heads, you
Yes.
know, I can spread that load across many hands, and then we can get these things accomplished. And one of the things that has worked very favorably during the 8 years that I was city manager was to have a monthly first Friday of every month. The mayor and I had an open coffee with the mayor and city manager, where we would go to various locations throughout the community and have a morning coffee where we would invite the community, anybody in the community who wanted to come in and ask questions. The mayor would give an update on, you know, what had happened over the last month, and then answer questions from the community about what's important to them. And that was very popular. It got the mayor and me associated with each other in the community. The community saw us together a lot. And I would encourage you and I at every opportunity to do the same, because I think that has a lot of value to the citizens out there that are just walking down the sidewalk, and they say, you and I together, and we're having a discussion, or we're at lunch and we're having a discussion. They got to know that you and I are talking about what's going on in the community, what's best for the community. And that, again, kind of removes that veil of secrecy as to what's going on behind these walls. So that's just something that I encourage wholeheartedly. And any one of the council members, I would also encourage to set a time to come in and sit down so that we could have a talk about what's on your mind, and then I can share with you about what I'm seeing in areas of the community. That might be things that would ultimately come to you in the form of a problem. I don't like problems, I like solutions.
Yes.
So that would be my response.
You know, and that's a great idea. In my previous administration, the city manager and I met weekly in my office. Last year and this year, I did it with the two managers we had, because that's not the way they wanted to do things.
Mhm.
But in my previous administration, for 3 years, the manager that we had, him and I sat weekly, and we had meetings with directors, discussed it. John was present in all the meetings, and that coffee and like you say, with the city manager and with public, and we had them with Mr. Dilly, not as often as we should have done it. It's because it's good to be able to get people together, because sometimes people won't come to City Hall or won't come to a council meeting. They don't like to stand on the dais
Right.
or the podium. But they don't mind being in a group outside, you know.
And it's easy to gripe on
And
Facebook.
a lot of groups invite you, you know, like the Board of Realtors, different organizations will invite you to their board meetings, and then you can go talk to them. But it's a good idea, and I want to thank you very much. And you've used the word several times already that I used in my speech, and that's accountability and transparency. And I'm very strong on those things, and it's very good to be the city manager, accountable and transparent with the members of the city council and with the citizens of Nogales. With that, we'll end your interview, sir.
Thank you.
And
Thank you all
thank you.
very much for the privilege to come before you today. I very much respect the situation, the positions that you're in, and I wish you the best. I'm here to help if you need me.
Thank you very much, and I guess you're going to be around for a while, at least for today. At least for today. We still got to discuss certain things later. All right? Thank you. All right. John, can we get 10 minutes? Yeah, let's recess for 10 minutes, guys, and then we'll get the next candidate.
Okay.
Good?
Yes. Yes. I liked when he said he would reach out to the city attorney. You know, that was the other thing is,
The other two didn't.
they you know, pushing us lines, they wanted to,
Especially
especially John. Because I thought I was like, Part of a criminal conspiracy?
Lions.
Never consulted with me.
Lions.
Lions.
Hey,
Los depende for our lions.
Yo lo pongo a eso.
Right. De la panza. Yeah, I was wearing a
this
flag.
is the new me, Robert. You probably haven't seen me.
I heard about it.
Okay.
So what were you doing?
Something about.
What are you doing, Mike?
That's what I was doing.
Mike, what happened? Did the mic throw you off?
Broken, it's broken.
Is the mic-
And what happened is it was slightly broken, and then I got it
Really broken. That happened to me too.
¿Qué pasó?
I didn't know.
Sí, este era de mi chavo.
Ay, 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 ay,
¿Qué pasó? No se oyó nada. Ah. No, bueno, ándale pues. Ok, ahí le avisas. Ándale
We're
pues.
interviewing city managers, por eso I didn't answer. Ya voy 4 city managers, bro.
Me ganaste lo que iba a preguntar, pero qué bueno.
Son 4.
Ya sé. Hopefully we can find one fish in the pond here.
Oh.
See, yeah, that's right. Ay, ay. Hey, Susan. Oh, I did. Oh, yeah, at the college, yeah, I know we do. La Susan. Oh, no, I call her back and tell her I'm doing this. I did get her twice her calls. I got 2 calls from a 602. Tell her I'll call her back as soon as we're okay here. But it was me that filed the complaint of the day open. And Victor Fontes, after the meetings are over, he starts writing to all the members and the members start responding to him in writing. That's right, uh-huh. He don't say anything in the meetings, but then when the meetings are over, he starts sending everybody messages and everything. We need to do this, Panosopolis is crooked, and this and that. So finally, I had it, and I filed a complaint with the Attorney General. Oh, well, they should, well, tell her I'll give her a call. Tell her I did get it, but I'm interviewing city managers and the next one's ready to come in, so, just tell her that. I'll give her a call as soon as I'm done. But tell her that at 5 o'clock today, we do have a community college meeting. Yeah, no, it's probably the one that I filed. Yeah, that's probably what it is, because I filed it directly with the Attorney General on their website. Okay? That's, yeah, no, she called me, I got it. Yes, I got it. I got it in there. Just give her a call and tell her, okay? All right. Tell her I'll call her later on as soon as I have a little chancita. Thank you. Bye.
Todavía vive Victor Fontes.
Sí, pero you don't know all the shit I go through with all of these
Shit,
committees.
yo conozco al Victor y también. I don't even want to talk to him ever.
Esos cabrones, in the meetings, they don't say anything. And then they get home and they get on the computer to send all the members what they think. I had it. Yeah.
Pero Victor goes to the meetings actually? What is this on?
Community college.
He's on the board?
He's on the board. He didn't run again, but he's missed at least 60% of the meetings.
Yeah, I would say, yeah. So he's not running again?
Yeah, yeah.
No.
Just one, sir?
So at the end of this year, he's out?
Yes.
What does he look like? Does he look?
The same.
¿Qué pasa, Hugo?
¿Qué pasa, Joe?
Ay, Busy,
Y
busy.
habla el Jorge, because I called him yesterday, right? And he texted me, he was in, at the ranch, but he knew it was 9 o'clock, right?
Yeah.
Pero él, llegó en la mañana que tiene bronca ahí en el rancho. De que no iba a venir. Este de acá, el internet, le dieron mucho crédito por the growth in Big Havasu, pero yo pensaba que iba a decir, pero dijo que basically had nothing to do with it. Pero on the internet, they said he had guided it through, it went, mira, 15 years ago. Yes, I'm trying to figure out when the first time we went there, 20, it had to have been 20 years ago. 20 years ago. And at that time it was like 15 to 18,000 people. Y ahora, como dices, got, 55, 60,000 people. Grew tremendously. Now it does. Now, I think the city manager there in Lake Havasu played much more to California than he did to Arizona.
For what?
Because their growth came from California, not so much from Arizona.
Well, it's basically the tourist attraction, the
Yeah, the
water,
tourist deal with
you know, the water and all
Yeah.
that. And then,
The biggest,
being in Arizona, it's a lot cheaper than California.
the biggest thing of Lake Havasu, he was the guy who brought in on the Senate Bill
¿Qué
1070
le pasó a Mr.
came
Luis?
from Lake Havasu. We were one of the ringleaders of the Senate. You don't know?
Boycott Arizona.
Mm-hmm.
It's what?
Boycott Arizona.
Well,
Brewer.
No vino que no podían dar.
Ajá.
Trabajé en
They've been on the news stuff, yeah.
Ayer no trabajó él.
Good
Lo único que me dijo ya que el viernes estuvo un rato.
man.
Buscaban el chocolate, pero se lo llevó el último.
Aprendan a casa de la lona.
No sé si se mala mañana o si
no, look,
o fue quebrada, pero el miércoles después apareció.
No, pues una hora and a half.
Está con
They're already
diabetes.
15 minutes late.
Porque está con electro, por eso ya no le...
El viernes yo no vine, me dijeron que si no, eso
should have told me and I would have done
Yeah,
it differently.
no, that's fine, that's fine. I think it's just
y luego ya se fue.
One question.
Cansada y él no vino. Y ahora yo creo que vino nomás a
So it wasn't Boycott Arizona, was
le digo,
Captain Tucson, our congressman?
ahorita pues,
He's the one that brought up Boycott Arizona.
está bien.
No, this came, 1070 was the
Sí, le
anti-Hispanic.
voy a preguntar.
Pero luego me dices, no, sí, pero a mí no.
That's when the boycott Arizona, you know, that's when they say
It was
boycott
because of
Arizona.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the guy that first mouthed off Boycott Arizona was
Oh, yeah.
Alma.
Yeah.
Hey, I just got, I got a message right now that says that they're hearing us on the thing. You should have the microphones off right now.
Ustedes son los que decían que...
They're saying that they can hear us on the microphones. Spanish says, ¿cómo le hago para? Yo tengo en paz la grabadora, pero... See that somebody called Mr. Varona and they can hear what he got. Yeah, we're just talking, it's nothing. But they got a message.
So Lake Havasu was big on that deal? They were big on that? The Senate. The Senate.
Sorry, Council, right here.
Okay, you got it? Okay, now, remember, tell him to be on the lookout for when the mayor hits with the hammer.
reconvene interviews for candidates. Mr. Kissinger,
Carmen, can you bring this napkin?
yeah. Okay, members of the city council, make your questions short but good. I don't want to take your opportunity for the questioning, but it's time sensitive. Thank you very much. Good morning. How are you doing? Mr.
Morning, Mayor.
Doing
How's
okay.
everybody?
I haven't
Fine.
haven't seen you in a while.
Well, I keep trying to retire. It's not working real well. Is this Charlie's water or is this mine?
No, I think it's yours. I think that's happening to all of us. We're trying to retire. Yeah.
Well, just some ways it works and some ways it doesn't, but I'm happy to get the call.
Yeah. But you gotta love it, don't you?
After 35 years in local government, both as an elected official and a city manager,
Yeah.
it's pretty hard shake. When I retired from the city of Winslow in January 2019, I got home, I settled in for the winter, and Bisbee called. And they had just fired their city manager, and they wanted to know if I'd come down and help them out. So I don't think that was reflected in the information you were sent.
Yes.
I ended up almost immediately going right back to work, and I spent 5 months. I worked in Bisbee until first week of August, and my two primary objectives, as articulated by the mayor and council, were to recruit a city manager that would last a while, because there's been 4 city managers in between me and me, and then to adopt a budget. And so in 2018, 2019, I replaced myself twice. And now, I moved back to Bisbee. I don't know if you're aware of that, after I retired from Winslow. So I'm just a short trip down the road. But the urge is there, and I have to restrain myself a little bit. I mean, we hired a good city manager in Bisbee, and I firmly believe she's going to be there a long time. But I have to restrain myself. I don't want to interfere. So whenever I talk to her, it's to have a cup of coffee and see what's going on. I try not to interfere with what they're doing there, because really, of all places, I think I worked as a city manager. I think I worked in Bisbee longer than anywhere else, and so it's really home for us.
Well, it's good to see you,
Yeah, thank you.
Steve, and thank you for being here. And we're going to start the interview with Mr. Hanesian, Councilman Hanesian.
Hi there, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Nice seeing you again.
Yeah, it's been a while.
It's funny, my main question I was gonna ask, did you keep in touch with Southern Arizona? I know you were very involved with SEGO and all that, and that was gonna be a question, keep in touch with Arizona so that you still have a Southern Arizona, basically. You still have an idea of what's going on here. I know you went to Winslow and you were there for, I guess, 8 years?
I was there 5 years.
5 years?
Yeah.
And I didn't realize that you had moved back to Bisbee. But if you could just kind of tell us what you think of Southern Arizona, where it's changed, and where you can basically help Nogales, and how you can get Nogales to grow.
Well, obviously, as much as I love northern and northeastern Arizona and the desert and Grand Canyon and all that stuff, my wife and I almost immediately gravitated back to southeastern Arizona when I was finished working full time, and I think the reasons why include number one, the relationships that we built along the way, the opportunities that I had to be involved both with local governments in our region, particularly if you want to call it SEGO, the SEGO region, along with the ability to learn new things from other communities and other city managers, some of which have a great deal more experience than I had when I first got to Bisbee 15 years ago. And so it became home to us. What I've done is I've always stayed in touch. In fact, we sold our house in Bisbee just in time to buy another house in Bisbee when I retired. So I was always connected to Cochise County in one way or another, and did often visit. We had a former employees of City Hall Club that consisted of about half a dozen of us, and every time I came to town, we made it a point to get together, have dinner, and chat. Since I retired, I made it a point to, I am still a member with retired status in the ICMA, International City Management Association, and I have retired status with the Arizona City Managers Association. That entitles me to pay $50 a year to belong, but I get to stay involved with the groups. In fact, I was going to start doing some volunteer work this year for the Arizona group because of my friend Jimmy Jane up in Coconino County wanted me to do some things for the group as a retired city manager. So, unfortunately, that didn't happen because of COVID. So, both on a personal level and on a professional level, I never really envisioned walking totally away because, I was first elected to public office. I was 27 years old. And I've been at this for a while, and it's pretty difficult to walk away from it because of the relationships you build. I mean, these are my peeps. This is my world. And so I've stayed active to the extent possible.
So when your second return to Bisbee, you did go to the Seagull meetings and do the deal, and so you did
You bet.
in touch with the whole deal as well.
Yep, I pretty much did everything that city manager would do for the 5 months I was there.
And when you were in Winslow, was Winslow a growing community? Was there things you did to let's say help it grow, or was Winslow just staying where it was?
Well, Winslow's story is very much like the story of Route 66 in general. And when Interstate 40 came through, almost all of these small towns along Route 66 started to die because the traffic was no longer stopping in their communities. And unfortunately, many of them have continued to decline, except a pocket here or there where they build a museum or do something to draw people off the interstate. And Winslow was no different. The one thing that I learned real quickly when I went up there for my interview was, and my wife was with me in the car, and she wanted to turn around and go home. Because, I mean, quite honestly, Route 66 looked pretty trashy. Okay? Half of the buildings on Route 66 were vacant. Half of those were already falling down. The ones that were gone because somebody torched them. It was not a great situation, but they had good community spirit. The owners of the La Posada Motel have basically totally redone that part of the town. Sometimes people make fun of the fact that you've got a prison in your town, but that prison, the BNSF Railway employed 500, 600 people. Those were jobs based, so people earned a living and had money. So one of the things that I accomplished while I was there was to go down Route 66 and demolish everything that I could and rebuild whatever I could. As a consequence, there's two almost brand new performance venues, one of which is for the community to use, the other one of which is for larger performance venues like Standing on a Corner Festival where, they, you know, they'll draw on a weekend 20 or 30,000 people, to come in. And, the community spirit never died, just the wherewithal, the ability, you know, when it reaches a certain point, did you ever walk in a room you haven't been in 20 years, and you look at it and say, how do I start cleaning this up? Okay. Well, that's what the community was at that point, and we just had to start. And once we got started, you know, I mean, I'd like to say I can take credit for demolishing these 40 dilapidated buildings, but I'm only responsible for about half of them. Community initiative did the rest. And so you know, do I miss Winslow? Yeah, I do. I miss every place I've been. I just happen to have a personal preference for where I'm at. And I had a great night. I did.
Thank you, Steve.
Councilman Diaz?
Hi, good morning. Welcome to Nogales,
Thank you.
the great city of Nogales.
Yes, it is. It's not my first trip here.
Yeah, well, thank you for being here with us. I understand here by looking at your resume that you're pretty well into finances and you do pretty well with finances. I saw that you restructured the reorganized the public works department there in Bisbee. You know, I like Bisbee. I've been there many times. I have friends there in Bisbee through my Army days and Army buddies
Sure,
and all
thank
that.
you.
So I like Bisbee. It's pretty nice. Right now here in Nogales, we are negotiating a $15.5 million project with WIFA to do infrastructure here in Nogales, which falls under Public Works.
Right.
So do you have any experience in those kind of projects where, you know, you're basically responsible to WIFA for carrying out all these investments and improving our infrastructure?
Right.
What kind of experience do you have in dealing with things like that?
You know, my experience in Bisbee and then my experience in Winslow are two different things, but they both speak to what you're asking. When I arrived in Bisbee in 2006, they were only 3 months away from opening their brand new wastewater treatment plant, which was financed in part with the WIFA loan. And that experience taught me some of the nuances of making sure you made sure your debt was paid. And you know, one of the most unpopular things that I've ever said was we review our finances and we review our operating costs every year in our enterprise funds, and we make the enterprise fund match the cost of doing business, because to me, and I think to most people, water and wastewater are businesses. They're not government in the traditional form that we know that we pay for out of the general fund, like police and fire and parks. When I got to Winslow, the wastewater treatment plant there was at the end of its useful life. And in fact, they had divided the project of rebuilding the wastewater treatment plant into 3 phases, and they were in phase 1 when I got there, which was basically exterior improvements. And given our plant's location next to the Little Colorado River and the levee right next to it that had failed, the entire plant had to be surrounded by a levee. And so that was phase 1. And then in phase 2, we pretty much took everything out of the building that we plugged in and moved mechanically and replaced it with new equipment. And then in the 3rd phase, we replaced the major sewer lines in the city that connected from the city to the wastewater treatment plant, which was no small feat, by the way, because you had to get underneath Interstate 40 with two massive lines. This is 2 million gallon a day plant, so it wasn't small. It wasn't big, but it wasn't small. So anyway, when I arrived, they were negotiating with USDA, to get one of their loans, and I have nothing against the USDA, but their process is very bureaucratic, and seems like maybe never ending. So what I did was I called our financial advisor, and we talked over the alternatives, and we decided to talk to WIFA. So I had experience with WIFA before, so we went back to them, and we ended up getting, for that third phase project, the trunk lines, we ended up getting, I think it was like a $1.8 million loan for those, at something under 3% interest. It was 2 point something, and the USDA loan was 4 point something, and we ended up with $400 of it forgiven. So 1.8 minus 400,000, and so you're really only borrowing 1.4, and when you take that off of the low rate of interest that you're paying, it's almost, not quite, but almost like an interest-free loan. You know, being able to work those kinds of things to the benefit of the community, basically, to me, and like I say, I think you need to examine what you're doing every year with your enterprise funds and make sure you don't go in the hole with them, but at the same time, you have to work it the other way too, so that you keep your debt service down, keep your operating costs down to the extent possible.
One quick question here on Bisbee and Nogales. Bisbee relies a lot on tourism now. You have the Copper Queen Mine,
Mm-hmm.
you have the Copper Queen Motel, you have that really scenic,
Right.
you know, way in the 1900s era.
Sure.
Here in Nogales, we really don't have that much. We have a lot of artists and tourism in Bisbee. What do you think we could do here in Nogales to attract tourism? Besides, we have Nogales Sonora, which a lot of people go to the dentist, to the doctors and all that, but with the situation now, everything is kind of changing. But what can we do here locally? What would you suggest we do locally to attract business, to attract tourism, what do you have any ideas on what we can do here in Nogales as far as getting people down here?
Well, you know, without giving you a specific answer, because I don't know enough
Right.
about Nogales to give you a specific recommendation without
something
looking into
general.
it. But it boils down to you start with a SWOT analysis. You find your strengths and weaknesses and your opportunities, whatever they may be, and everyone has some. Okay, I mean, nobody thought that Winslow, Arizona was a tourism center. Okay, and most people probably still don't. If I ask you guys, you probably wouldn't go there for anything. But we see 100,000 people a year to stand on the corner of all things. Okay, and like I said, the Standing on the Corner Festival draws 30,000 people on a good year. So we took a line out of a song and turned it into a tourism opportunity. Okay, that was a strength. Okay, the weaknesses were the condition of the downtown area where we wanted to pull all this off. So we took that weakness and we eliminated it to the extent we possibly could. To me, every city has something. Okay, every city has an opportunity. Maybe not so much in tourism, but maybe something else. Okay, our port of entry in Naco is a gate about this wide. Okay, by contrast, you folks are an international powerhouse. Okay, by contrast, and so you look to your strengths to decide where you can build from those strengths to do something even better, and then try and implement those from there with whatever resources that you have, or whatever resources you wish to invest to make that happen. You're not going to be busy, okay, and you probably want to be, okay, but there's something out there, and if you want to build on that something, then bang, that's where we start.
Thank you very much for your answers. Thank
Sure,
you.
I'll
Appreciate
say nice to meet you.
Councilwoman.
Hi,
Good morning.
welcome to Nogales.
Thank you.
My concern personally is promoting cultural events in the community. What is your thought about it?
What kind of events?
Cultural
Oh,
events.
cultural events?
Uh-huh.
You know, to me, that's where you have a strength, okay? Because you have no less than two cultures, probably more,
Mhm.
okay? Most people don't see Bisbee like that, but you'd be surprised how many cultures there are. You know, and through the years, more stuff has moved in, creating new I mean, we did not become a community of art galleries because of copper miners, okay? We became a community of art galleries because mining left, okay? And we were on our heels, we were gonna do something. So we found a strength, you know, so, you know, your Hispanic culture, your American culture, your industrial culture, okay, your import-export culture, okay, all of those are things that you would want to find a way to celebrate somehow, okay? We found out in Bisbee that not everything we did works, okay? In fact, a good number of years ago, they wanted to hold a cultural festival, which I believe is now being held over in Sierra Vista. It was started in Bisbee, but it fell flat on its face, okay? We just couldn't pull it off. And so the next year it went to Sierra Vista, and I don't think it's moved from there since, if it's still going on, and probably not this year. But here's the thing. You need buy-in from people who want to do that. You can't do that yourself,
No.
okay? You don't want to do that yourself. A lot of cultural activity spawns from the desire of people of a specific culture to celebrate their heritage. And so, what's the city's role? Well, the city's role is to support it, okay? Whatever resources you choose to invest in it, whether it's in a park or whether it's with cash or whether it's by some other means, then, you know, to me, that's what we do, okay, as local government. We support those kind of things that enrich our community. So that's how I would approach it.
Yeah, we have a sisterhood agreement with Nogales, Sonora. So we work hand by hand, Nogales, Sonora, Nogales, Arizona, and the consulates, even
Uh-huh.
the Mexican and the American consulate.
Right.
So every event that we have, name it, not only Mexican, so any event, we work together. So I really think it is very important to the community be involved in cultural events.
You have the connection.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, you definitely. I mean, I know there's a strong relationship there.
Yes.
And having the consulate on board makes a big difference as well. You know, our consulate was the consul in Douglas. And so that's who we work with for issues that were involved with cross-culture stuff.
Thank you.
Councilman Barona.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, sir.
How are you?
Fine, thank you. Good health, good spirits.
Good.
Could you please share with me your thought process on helping us to continue on and overseeing and implementing our 5-year strategic plan?
I have done enough homework to know that you have one, and I have looked at the outline. And if you have a specific volume separate from that, I have not seen it, okay? But to me, you know, one of the primary duties of a city manager is to make sure that your priorities are implemented. And when I say yours, I mean the mayor and council, okay? You know, you've obviously given a great deal of thought to it. The last 2 full-time jobs I've had hadn't done anything. And in fact, one community I worked in Colorado hadn't done anything to even put down objectives. that they could mold into a strategic plan. So you're halfway home. So, you know, the job of the city manager is to basically get you to the end of the process where you've reached those objectives and now want to sit back and look at another 5 years of objectives. So, and to the extent that the city manager can help you do that, that makes sure that it gets the buy-in also from the folks, the department heads and the people who work for them to do the same thing. Because, I mean, I look at the job of the city manager is sort of like the pin on an oar hinge, okay? You know, the policymakers set the agenda for the community, okay, based on your view of what the community priorities are. My job is, as that pin in the door hinge, is to make sure that everything else buys in and helps you achieve those objectives. So, I mean, it's an oversimplistic way of explaining it, a very complicated issue, which is local government. But to me, that's one of the things that I believe I'm here for.
And if you were to receive an offer for this position, could you just tell me, how are you planning on getting to Nogales? Are you gonna live here? Are you gonna commute from Bisbee back and forth?
I will not be, that's a 2-hour drive, okay? So, you know, and of course, I'm here on behalf of the 3 people you're interviewing through Tim Pickering's agency. I would, for the duration of time that I'm here, I would anticipate finding some place to be during the week, and then being able to get home on Friday evening and get here on Monday.
And just, we had an individual like that, but could you just elaborate to me on Saturday afternoon? We have, our boosters are down, a segment of the population is without water for several hours, and you're in Bisbee. How are you gonna take care of it?
Well, I'll just answer it this way. When I made my deal with the city of Bisbee to come back temporarily, it was for 3 days a week, okay? Generally Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, they work a 4-day week. So, you know, Friday was already a day that they didn't work. Of course, I didn't anticipate, it's 400 miles to Winslow, so I didn't anticipate going home every weekend there. It's just too much time. But about the 3rd or 4th week, Mayor Smith was in my office and he started chuckling because we were talking about a meeting that we had both been at the prior Friday. And he says, "Ha, you thought you were going to work 3 days a week, didn't you?" And I said, "Well," I said, "I knew better, but at least unless there was a reason to, I could go." You know, it's, you know, quite frankly, right now what you're looking at is an interim city manager, and so, you know, this is how it works. At the point which you get around to hiring a full-time city manager again, okay, your expectations rightfully get a lot higher, okay? I mean, I've never worked anywhere where I did not live in the city that I worked for, never, okay? I mean, I think that's a reasonable expectation, okay? But if you've got somebody in here helping you out temporarily, then, you know, there's things you gotta do differently. So, now, okay, so you have that major catastrophe on a Saturday, well, I just gotta suck it in and either stay or come back. I'll probably be looking to get you on the other end. But the reality is that, even though I'm here as a interim city manager, there are still things that just can't wait because I'm not here. I get that. And like I say, I did it over there, I can do it here. So, hopefully we don't have too many catastrophes. Are you trying to tell me something?
I think that you're just bringing clarity, because we had those particular problems last time, even though the individual was a full-time city manager. But I just don't want us to go through that.
No, I think that's a reasonable expectation for a full-time city manager. You know, most city management contracts spell it out right in the contract.
Mayor,
Yes.
thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Good morning, sir. Welcome to Nogales.
How are you?
Good. Just before Winslow became a tourist town, because of that song, what did they depend on before that? What did they rely on?
It pretty much started as a railroad town and continues to this day.
But it's
Um,
more of a tourist town now.
I'm going to say that I'm not going to give it all to tourism because that wouldn't be fair. I still think that the jobs that are produced, you know, there's three major employers in Winslow. You've got you've got the prison, you've got the railroad, and you've got the Walmart. Okay, you know, the population of Winslow is about 10,000, and so a town of 10,000 that gets a Walmart, it's a big deal. Okay, and it does employ a lot of folks. Okay, and whether you like Walmart or not, it's a job producer, and you've got the choice between Walmart and Safeway, and if you can't choose between the two, you've got to drive 50 miles to Flagstaff. So, so it is a big deal. Now, our tax base was a comfortable, not great, but a comfortable tax base, and it was by virtue of jobs. It was not by virtue of tourism, and it was not by virtue of any big factories coming in. Okay, the fact is, that, you know, the railroad, it was a district office until the 70s. Now, basically, what it is a crew change point. Okay, and that's a very important function, the crew change point, because that's where the conductors and the engineers get on and off the train. Well, where's there a better place to live than where you get on and off the train? And so that has kept a steady base of employment in the community over many years, and then the prison came in the late 80s, early 90s, I don't remember exactly. And of course that gave more people an opportunity to call Winslow home. And so that, plus being on the border with both the Navajo Nation and the Hopi Reservation, it gave us people to come into town and shop. And so, you know, I always like to say I've worked in two cities in Arizona, and they were both border towns. One was Bisbee and the other one was Winslow. And so, you know, the interaction between the reservations and the cities that surround them, like Winslow, Flagstaff, Holbrook, and so forth, there's a dynamic there because they are two different cultures, and they have very different ways of doing things, and quite frankly, there are some problems with our interactions with each other from time to time, which require a little bit of international diplomacy.
Okay,
If you will.
I'm going to interrupt a little bit because we're time constrained here, and go ahead and ask you something about our community. What kind of communication skills or background or experience do you have with federal government and state government? And this is regarding the improvement of the flow of traffic from Mexico to the U.S. And you know, this has a lot to do with our economy here in Nogales, because you know most of the shoppers come from Mexico.
Right.
How would you communicate with the federal government and state governments?
Well, your relationship with all of the above is just a tiny bit more complicated than it was for us in Bisbee. But, you know, you have Nogales, Sonora, that you have to have a relationship with. You have the Border Patrol. You have Customs and all that stuff on a much larger scale than we do. And so, but that and the consul, okay, the Mexican consul, to me, you know, having a relationship with the consul, having a relationship with the chief agent at the Border Patrol station, at the Brian Terry station there, to me was invaluable because there were things we could do to help them, and there were things that they could do to help us. Okay, in fact, you know, just as a for instance that has nothing to do with anything here. While I was city manager, we had 2 wildfires in the mountains in Old Bismarck. Okay, a lot of resources came to help us from the Border Patrol. Okay, they had them, we could use them. They brought them up, they helped us. That's about having a good relationship. Okay, now I don't know any of these folks personally. Okay, because I've never worked here, but I guarantee you that I can help for the short duration that I probably will be.
And one more question. What do you think of, do you think it's a good idea that, or is it good to work with the county, have good relationship with the county and other agencies within the community, like the Port Authority, the Department of Commerce?
I mean, you can't avoid making good relationships. You're the county seat. I was the county seat over there. You know, having a relationship with your county government and the various county officials that are elected to it, especially since your courthouse is right here, to me, it just goes without saying, you've got to have it. I mean, if you're at odds with your own county, what happens? I mean, when you need something, it may take a little longer to get there. And so, you know, the Cochise County had 3 different managers while I was there the first time. And I made certain that I made friends with all 3 of them.
Mr. Mayor?
And the county sheriff, do not forget the county sheriff.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. How you doing, Steve?
I'm doing great. I'm a little bit bored, but
Yeah.
yeah. No, this was just, I didn't anticipate spending so much time working on my yard.
Just for your information, members of the council, I've known Steve for a while. And I think we, part of meetings at Seagull several times. I don't know if we were at odds or we were okay. Do you remember?
We were great.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were great. In fact, when I was the chair of the SEGO Administrative Council, your city manager, who was Shane at the time,
Shane,
was the assistant or the vice chair.
yeah, Vice Chair.
And then when my 2 years of torture were over, Shane got to take the lead after that.
And remember during when you spoke with Vice Mayor and about the county, that's when you helped us get the money for the project for the county, our county here, for the trails in Rio Rico. Remember,
Yes.
Victor Galadon?
Yes, I had forgotten about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, those trails are beautiful.
Mhm.
The county did them, and we, the city here, we voted on those projects, all the time, and helped them with the funding on that too. So you have to see them if you ever go to Rio
I
Rico.
was going to say, somebody's going to have to take me up there.
That's beautiful. Matter of fact, they extended them to both sides of Rio Rico, the east and west side.
Uh-huh.
And people walk on them every day. They run. They take their dogs. So Victor never got to see them. He passed away.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah, he passed away. But he was the public works director, and I was the public works director in the city when we were going through that. And then actually they didn't get voted on until I was part of the executive board of the SEGO, and you were with the administrative board.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's been a while.
Doesn't it feel good when I plan?
Yes. Yeah, there been
Comes
some
to
good
fruition.
projects. Yeah, one thing, give me your idea of annexation.
You know, annexation, I've been involved in annexation for something over 30 years. And, and when you change, when you cross state lines into a new state and take a job, it all changes. But I will say this, for Arizona law, it is relatively simple to annex land here in Arizona. That's not to say that it should be done without good reason, okay? Because I don't think that bigger is necessarily better, so that should never be the reason that you do it, okay? If there's a strategic purpose for annexing a piece of land, either by your strategy or by the area to be annexed strategy, say it's, you know, somebody who wants to come into the city to build a business along either I-19 or along the railroad track or both. You know, it's our responsibility to look at that stuff. We need to consider a couple of different things. Number one, does it make sense with your strategic plan? Okay. And number two, what's the financial implication? Okay. Because not all annexations make you money. Okay. You know, obviously, we're in the business of local government, so we probably look first to be revenue neutral. But by the same token, if somebody wants to come in and create 200, 300, 400 jobs, which is certainly possible along the corridor, then that's something that we have to look at. And we have to make somewhat simple to do, okay? Now, not being totally familiar with your codes or the county's land use plan, I can't say anything specific with regard to that, but what I do find is people don't necessarily want to be annexed into the city because of our development code or our local standards. They usually want to come in because they have that gives them access to utilities that counties don't offer in many cases. Okay, and I suspect is the case here in Santa Cruz County as well. So very similar in relationship to what we have in Cochise. So, so I think, you know, we need to look at it with a critical eye. I mean, fortunately for us, the legislature hasn't put a lot of roadblocks in the way of it. And don't tell them I said that. But the reality is that it's a tool, okay, or an arrow in our quiver that we can make use of for strategic reasons that will make the community a better place.
Yeah. Well, you know, we've been talking about annexation for several years already, 3 phases. We had first phase would be from the city limits here on the corridor, on I-19 all the way to exit 12, which is pilot, and then second phase between there and Patagonia Road. Third phase is Patagonia Road to the Coronado National Forest. And I know you know sometimes you talk about annexation being you're looking for dollars. That's what a lot of communities do. They try to take over areas where they know they can get retail sales tax. But there's also another thing about annexation is if you can get a subdivision built in one annexation with rooftops that people move into, where else are they going to shop but Nogales? Okay.
Right.
Nogales, our topography, as you know, limits us to subdivisions. We're almost out of space. We don't have anything. I got a call yesterday from an individual, because I've been looking for people to try to move to Nogales and businesses. And I got a call from an individual that's very interested in building an RV park, but a state-of-the-art RV park, kind of like the KOA type RV parks. Because he knows it's very important, because there's people from the north, they go to San Carlos and Guaymas for the winter. And there's nowhere to stay in Nogales. They stay at the parking lot of Walmart.
Right.
They spend 2-3 days there sometimes. Okay, so we don't have space in Nogales. He says, I want to have it in Nogales. I says, we don't have any space in Nogales. So I'm gonna be talking probably to somebody in the county to see if there's something in the county where they can do it, because it's impossible, Nogales doesn't have a space. Now, we would have an annexed, on my first administration, and it was possible, up to where we want to, we would have tons of space for it, okay? And I know there's sometimes a zoning issue on that. I strongly believe annexation is very important, because I've studied some areas about annexation, and I'll give you an idea. When Tucson annexed to Vail, there was nothing in Vail,
For
okay?
sure.
Nothing.
Right.
Lizards, Gila monsters, snakes, cactus, nothing.
All good things.
Take a drive out there. Take a drive out on the Spanish Trail, on the Colossal Cave Road. Take a drive on all. There's stores, there's subdivisions with their own shopping areas. They don't have to drive all the way into Tucson. You know, those things grow. Those
Right.
developers like that. You know, when you invite a developer to come look at an area, and that's where a city has the opportunity to have incentives and waivers and stuff, so you can bring in not only the developer and contractors and employment with the contractors, but to bring new stores and new houses and new residents to Nogales. Vice Mayor had mentioned previously with a previous candidate that the majority of our Border Patrol and Customs, they live in Sahuarita. They don't live in Nogales. There's just a handful of them live in Nogales. Why? Because we don't have them. Here, when you build a house, you build a house.
Yeah.
You don't build 300 homes. And usually people like that, they want to live in a planned development, you know, that has other amenities to it. So I'm a strong believer in annexation, if it's done properly. If it's done properly. And, you know, another question, infrastructure. What do you think? You think infrastructure is important for a community? I'm talking about sewer lines, water lines, and paving. What do you think about that?
You are nothing if not
Okay.
the provider of public utilities and means of conveyance. Okay? I noticed that you do have public transportation here. I noticed that you have in the past spent money on infrastructure improvements in both utilities and in roadways. And to the extent that you're satisfied with what you've done or not, I have no idea. But from looking at some of your financial statements, it's obvious that you put some priority on it, okay? Just to give you an example, Mayor, when I went to Winslow, now 6.5 years ago, they had a 1 cent sales tax, okay, for capital improvements. It was not horribly specific, because capital improvements is a wide swath. But in 10 years, they hadn't done a thing to a single road. Okay? The only road construction that they had going on at the time was from money that ADOT had given them, not given them, had allocated to them to repair the infrastructure of Route 66 after they decommissioned Route 66 as a state highway. Okay? That was the only money they were spending. In the meantime, by the time I'd been there 6 months and had a grasp of, you know, what money we had and where it was going, it was pretty evident that they had spent nothing. So, now the roads weren't horrible. It wasn't like Bisbee, okay, where they started out as 2 tracks and ended up getting on the street. These were actual streets with curbs and gutters and so forth. But they had been neglected, and the airport had been neglected. And so public works staff and community development and I collaborated to put together a schedule. And we didn't start by repaving anything, okay? Most streets are good enough that if you just, every once in a while, fog seal and crack seal them, they'll last another 10 or 15 years. That's what we started doing. people thought we were repaving the whole city. It was, I mean, the feedback from that was enormously positive. And so, you know, and of course, you know, I kind of like the fact that we got patted on the back a little bit, because that's not what we're used to getting. But you know, people say, wow, you're repaving all the streets in town. I said, well, we're really just maintaining. But it is important because it makes stuff last longer, and it makes you spend less over the short to mid term. So, you know, I know it's been more fashionable in today's political world to focus on police and fire and EMS, and it's legitimately so. I don't want to take their due from them, especially since I know at least one of you in the room was a cop. But the reality is that to me, no more and no less important are your water lines, your sewer lines, your streets, your parks, and your recreation environment.
You mentioned Winslow, that the state gave back the 66 to Winslow? Is that what you said?
Right,
Was
basically.
that under the turnback roads?
Yeah,
It was?
Yeah, that was turnback money.
They shouldn't have done that, but
Well, they probably shouldn't have because, you know, quite frankly, it took,
because you lose all benefits. Once you get that money, you're gone. You'll never get another penny from the state.
and believe me, how you spend it, the local government, how
Yeah.
you spend it matters. And if you don't spend it wisely, then it's squandered.
Yeah.
Okay?
Because see, we have a turnback here,
Uh-huh,
89 Grand
Okay.
Avenue to the port,
uh-huh,
and all of it from the beginning.
yeah,
As public works director and as mayor in the city council, before I was mayor the previous time, we fought against that. The state actually, remember, John? They wanted us to take it over, and they would give us a lump sum of money.
right,
But
Right.
once you do that, they're not responsible for it no more, and
nope, it's yours.
And the excuse that we're using is that Grand Avenue, State Route 89, was a dead end. And and I remember discussing that with people up in the state.
Mhm.
And I said, no, it's not a dead end. We have a port and people go back and forth on it. You know, they were saying
Mhm.
the Beacon City Port of Entry was the dead end.
They saw the imaginary line.
Yes, but the thing is that we didn't accept it, and I don't know how much we fought on it for a while, huh, John? But if we were to accept it, just as a comment, we were to accept it, half of the wash that comes from Beacon City Port of Entry is on Grand Avenue and Arroyo Boulevard. If something was to happen there with a flood, we'd be responsible for that collapse
Yeah,
and
right.
everything. So that still belongs to the state, and I think as long as we're all here, we should always say that belongs to the state, because that is, they help maintain it, they pave it, they put the infrastructure, the lights and stuff like that, even though we have to go through a lot of permit process to do anything on there, and we still have the IGA there. We help them clean, and we help to do a lot of stuff on it, you know, to make the city look good.
Sure.
But I mean, maybe Winslow should have done it, but then again,
Well, you know, of course, there is a small difference between the two. And it's good news, bad news. You know, in Winslow's case, it was more, the roads were more of a local purpose. In your case, it's really more of an international purpose.
yes.
And it has a greater good for the state as a whole than what Winslow streets did, because they had built an interstate highway around it, and that was their purpose. So, but you know, and you got to be careful too, because they gave the city of Winslow $8 million,
I know, they give you a good chunk.
and I spent 12.
Yeah.
Okay, so I suppose that's an exercise in never accepting the first offer.
Yes. That happened to Tucson with Ajo Way. The
Okay.
Benson Highway,
Uh-huh.
I remember discussing that over there too, because Tucson accepted it
Mhm.
as the Benson Highway, and it's all maintained by the city of Tucson now, and the state doesn't have anything to do with it anymore.
But, you know, you don't want to go halfway. If you're gonna do it, if you're gonna revitalize, I mean, we were talking about fixing streets that gave downtown Winslow its identity. And you wanted people to be able to get in and out easily. And so, spending the extra money was well worth the effort in the long run.
I went to Winslow last year.
Oh, did
I
you?
did a five-day trip and we went all the way around it. And we stood by the corner. I just showed John the pictures on my phone.
Oh,
Yeah. And my wife and I took a picture. I guess you said 100,000 people go through there. That would have been the cost why not to give it to them. Because if you have 100,000 people and you have all those vehicles going through that road, that would be, I would have ADOT maintain that road for me. I would have fought to the end, I guess. I don't know.
yeah.
I mean, I guess it's better to give somebody else a responsibility and you petition for it. It's a long process sometimes for them to pave, but they've done our road here several times already, Grand Avenue. They come in and knock it out in a week and mill it and resurface it and, stuff like that. So, and I would hate to have that when it's close to $1 million per mile and you have 5 of them, 5 miles. I mean, I don't think the city would want to budget for something like that.
People have no idea how much
Yeah.
it costs to build roadway today.
And that's just the surface, it's not even to build it.
Yeah.
Well, Steve, that's all I got. Does anybody else have anything else to ask? Anybody? No? Well, Steve, thank you very much for being here with us and accepting the opportunity to interview. And
Always happy to help.
yes.
I'm old, but I'm not crippled yet. I've still got a little bit of.
Oh, no, don't go there. Oh, I
I've
thought
got
you
gray
said
hair,
hair.
but I got some gray matter too. And
I thought you were gonna say I still got a little bit of hair. I said, oh.
no,
And I lost all my hair sitting on the dais, okay? Believe it or not, last year I had hair all the way to my shoulders.
When I started working for the city of Bisbee, I didn't have a gray hair on my head.
I can imagine.
So by the time I left, I looked exactly like this. So I can't blame any of this on Winslow.
I think the first time I met you, you didn't have any gray hair.
But,
Yeah, it's been a while.
But no, even I've been gratified. Like I say, I went back and helped Bisbee out after I retired. I think this is for those of us who have been in the trenches for a good number of years. And in my case, having been a councilman and a mayor in my earlier life, it's if we can give you some help, then we're happy to do so. And I know who all 3 people are who you're interviewing today, and I don't think you can go wrong.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Really appreciate it. Thank you.
All right.
See you later. All right. Okay, so we're gonna. ¿Qué pasó? I don't know. Quiere que te lleve a ti también para que te enfermes. A él lo llevó y estaba todo mortificado porque Juan Pablo had. Oh my God! You see it? Okay. Okay, we're gonna adjourn for lunch. Yeah, perfect.
And we're gonna do it at what time?
1 o'clock. We'll be up to 1 o'clock. Good afternoon, Aaron.
Hi.
Could you do me a favor and you pronounce your last name?
It is Doofy. We used to tell the operators when making collect calls, it's like Ruthie, but with the D.
Okay,
That's how I learned it growing up.
all right. Okay, thank you very much. And I'm the mayor of the city, and these are the members of the city council. So we're going to start. If you want to remove your mask, it doesn't matter.
I would prefer that, thank you.
Yes, we're socially distanced. If you feel comfortable. And we'll start this time with Councilman Diaz.
Yeah, I don't look like a bandit sitting in front of you.
Yes, I know. We all do.
We all do.
I know.
Well, hi, good afternoon. Thank you for coming to the great city of Nogales.
Thank you for the opportunity.
How was your drive down?
Good, it was good. Nice to see some of you, like I've met some of you in the past just at league conferences and stuff, and I recognize some of you, but it's nice to be here.
Oh, good. It's nice to have you here. I see that you have quite a few of administrative functions and personnel that you administered and supervised and all that. Here in Nogales, we have about 300 employees. We have 13 departments. We're right on the border, which is where our mainstream of retail revenue comes from, with the city of Nogales, Sonora. Right now, we're shut down because of COVID. Essential travel is only permitted to Mexico back and forth. So it puts a strain on our local economy, and we're not in really bad shape, but we wanna improve our situation here locally, especially for our merchants and the people that have been adversely affected by this pandemic. What I want to do is what we need to do here as a whole city, as the whole people of Nogales, we need to bring economic development here, which is one of our main goals, is to keep money coming in, keep our people employed, and keep them healthy at the same time. Do you have any ideas of how we can accomplish keeping everybody safe and opening up at the same time? Because I see that you've dealt with COVID situations here remotely and all that. How could we better understand the situation, and how can we work around this situation to bring back economic development and start opening up our businesses and opening up the border too?
Thank you for the question. And what people not here and people who have not dealt with border or lived the border issues don't understand is you have 500,000 people there.
Right.
And you're interdependent. We're all interdependent on that. If you're more than 80 miles from the border, you don't really get that. I was born and raised and grew up in Douglas. So I understand the relationship between Douglas and El Prieto. I understand the relationship between Nogales and Nogales. I understand how that works. I understand that we're all family. I shouldn't say we all are, but to a great extent we are. We share everything. And what people who are not here don't understand is that when you implement something such as in the pandemic and you shut everything down, people who are not here look at Nogales and say, they'll be okay because they're just a small town. And they don't get it. They don't understand that you're providing services and you're dependent on services and help from your family and your neighbors across the street as they are on you. So it makes a dramatic impact on transportation. You talk about the essential crossers. Who defines that? Where was that defined as what's essential? And I understand that there's rules for that. But there needs to be a clear understanding of there's an essential need to operate. That's what's essential. And I'm not necessarily I abide by the masks. I abide by the social distancing. I'm in the group that says I'm susceptible. I have grandchildren who are in the group of susceptible. So I want to be as careful as I possibly can be. But I also want to know that when this pandemic is over, what am I gonna have left? I am very fortunate that I don't have a business of my own that's dependent on customers every day. My heart breaks for those who are losing everything. What I would push for is to make it clear to the state and the national leadership, we need some exceptions, we need some understanding. This is our situation. We rely on this interrelationship between us and our family and friends across the street to be able to move forward. There are exceptions to every rule. And I'm not talking about risking people's health just for the sake of risking people's health. Please don't take me wrong. I am talking about there needs to be a distinction at some point between what do you recover from physically and what can you not recover from in your living conditions. How many businesses do you lose? How much revenue do you lose? That's not a clear understanding on border communities because our national government, our representatives there, and to a degree our state government don't quite understand it because they've never lived it. So I'm giving you the philosophical term of what I think that is. What I really would push for in terms of exceptions is based on the transportation and the trucking and supply. That's gigantic. The agricultural market. Tourism is, as much as we would all like to say that's really great, that's harder to battle when you have a worldwide pandemic about having those type of things. But you can deal with the trade of transportation, the goods, the services, the products going back and forth. How many of your residents live here in Nogales and work in Nogales North? I'd imagine quite a few. That's a border community. Again, I grew up in that, so I understand that. I would be venturing to go to those people who are setting the rules and doing all I can to get them to understand there are some exceptions here. The ADOT director needs to understand that. The governor's office, they've got policy advisors, the health director, they all need to understand that there are some exceptions that you can make here, still keeping the safety concerns in place. But I think as we have all felt and seen over the last several months of the COVID, those safety procedures change. They're up for debate. It's okay not to wear a mask. Now we have to wear a mask. But you don't have to wear a mask if you can make your own kind of mask. Wait, you can't make your own. It's a moving target. So with that in place that no one really knows, now's the opportunity to move forward and say, we'll provide these safeguards, but we need to be able to take care of business between us because there'll be nobody here if we can't do that. And that's not something that Washington or Phoenix likes to hear. That's where I would start.
Real quick, I know that a lot of places in Nogales, Sonora, which is 500,000 people, they're already all open up. And they really don't have the testing that we have here. And what kind of challenge would that present to us if they open up over there and you don't know who's coming through, if they're infected or not, or how do you think we could keep our community safe from infections if they're open over there and all we have is a wall separating us? I mean,
Yes.
what happens there? How do we handle something like that?
And you can't control what
And
they're
it's
going to do.
uncontrollable.
So you deal with it, again, this is the argument that I would be having with my national representatives, with my state representatives, dealing with the health, whatever health department it is, whether it's county, whether it's state, whether it's the federal, whether it's the WHO, whoever it is, be engaged in those discussions, asking those hard questions and looking for their guidance to understand it's going to happen whether you're wanting it to or not. We need to survive. How can we best safeguard ourselves? Let me give you a quick example of something that has happened. I have a son, one of our sons, I have 7 children, and 6 boys, 1 girl, and one of our sons lives in Hawaii with his family. They shut down the state of Hawaii twice so far. And when I say shut down, they shut it down. not only for inbound flights for tourists to go there, they shut it down in Honolulu. He's in Honolulu. They shut down the city. They shut things down. He has a family of 6, 4 kids, his wife and he, and they limit public openings to 5 people. You can't operate that way forever. Hawaii has come to realize they're going to be on the verge of bankruptcy. They're on the verge of collapse now. So you see, they're starting to catch things and move forward, but they do it very slowly. The government operates very slowly, always does. You want to try to push out there to say, look, this is what we're trying to accomplish. We need your support. What are the guidelines? We'll enforce those guidelines. Work with the court. Work with all the courts. And let's move forward in what we can do, but take a direct hand in it, because if you're sitting waiting for someone else in the federal government or the state government to find a solution for you, you're going to be waiting a long, long time. You need to be pushing that. And I do that. I will tell you quickly that I have annoyed many state and federal officers and directors. One being perhaps you know Director Holakowski of the Arizona Department of Transportation. I annoyed his staff so bad he called a meeting for me to come to Phoenix and meet in his office when I'm representing a town of 600 people. How often does someone who's representing a town of 600 people get a meeting with the director and his staff to talk about those problems there? You've got to bang the door down, otherwise you're not heard. And I've done that and with result. That's why I say there are exceptions to every rule. You want to be as safe as possible, but what are you going to have when this pandemic is over? How many family members are still going to be here because they have to go find somewhere else because there's no income? That's a real problem.
Yeah, and the reason for my question was that we're coming into the holiday season, which is the best season for our retail trade. And 500,000 people over there, 21,000 here. We depend a lot on that revenue coming in from Mexico to help our retail industry, to help our sales back. So that's why the reason for that question.
And they depend on you.
Of course.
It
works both ways. Absolutely.
does.
Absolutely. And what we need to do is more economic development here in the city of Nogales, because our revenues are going down, and a lot of it has to do with the COVID and all that. But we need a little bit of economic development. We need to bring in more businesses to the city of Nogales to help us with our retail trade.
I know you're on times and
Right.
you want to keep going, but may I have a quick answer to just that?
Sure.
We're entering a phase that we've never entered before. We don't know what's going to happen. The term new normal, we have no idea what that's going to be. We all can think we know what it is, but we don't have a clue. So that unfortunately leaves us in a position of response. How do we respond to these things? Instead of being as proactive, we have to temper the proactive nature with how can we deal with things knowing that we're not in charge of everything that happens in the country, what the new rules are going to be. The market's going to dictate what is going to happen, whether that is the 90% reliance on telecommunications internet sales versus brick and mortar structures, whether you're going to be able to sell the tourist novelty things online, if it has the same impact or not. We don't know what that's going to be. At this point, and this is what I've encouraged the communities that I've been involved with, is communities, municipalities need to reach out to their small businesses. The big businesses are thriving. The fast food chains, I just heard on the news yesterday, they are exploding in their businesses. But we look around and see how many of these small businesses are going away. I have encouraged our municipalities that I've dealt with to find ways to help subsidize, and not give money directly to, but you can deal with. Nogales doesn't have a property tax, but there are cities that do. There could be some waivers of property taxes, waivers of permit fees, waivers of various things to be able to help small businesses survive beyond just the loans that you're out there seeking or the grants. You have to be very creative because we're in an area where we have never been before, and all the rules that have applied to you can't spend this, you can't do that, quite frankly, those rules are all going to change. It's going to take government a little longer to figure it out, but that's what we're going to be doing. And from an economic development standpoint, right now we're in survival. And so looking forward to what's next, we do know there are some very specific things. The internet's going to be there. The drive-ups are going to be there. The social distancing is going to be there. But heaven's sakes, here in Nogales, you've got to open it up. You've got to open it up. However that's done as safely as possible, you still have to do that. And let people know it's open. Are there going to be some problems? Absolutely. Are the risks worth it? That's completely up to you and what you think the risk is, but I would say from this standpoint, again, looking at the future, when the pandemic ends, what's left?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councilman Garcia?
Yes. Thank you, Eric. You answered a lot of the questions I was gonna ask right now. But in the different cities that you've worked in, did anybody do anything novel to bring in more housing, to bring in people to move into the city? You know, obviously dictates if a big company comes in or different companies are opening up, it will bring in more people. But other than that, like maybe the retirement communities or something like that, did any of these cities that you worked in, did any of them do anything that you would say that was an exceptional situation?
I will tell you that they all tried. Not that we were successful with all of that. There's an argument that's traditional, rooftops versus businesses. Which brings which? Well, it's symbiotic. They both bring. You build more homes, you have more people that will be working, and they're heading to your sales tax base here. You're providing more services, but over time, you have more people, you have more business because people need to survive. So I don't subscribe to which one comes first. I think they're complementary to each other. It's interesting in the second time I served as a town manager was right when the recession of 2008 hit the housing market specifically. I went to a small Arizona town who had was in the process of several development agreements for housing developments. And at the time, everybody was excited and there was this competition to get as many housing developments going as you possibly could. It wasn't an organized competition, but it was felt amongst the communities. I came in and found that the development agreements that I was looking at from housing structures were 90% for the developer and 10% for the town. Now they'll all tell you, developers, and I don't mean this to say they're negative, it's just the reality of my experience. They learn a phrase that says, we're here to help you. We're here to do what's best for the town. Well, they're developers, they're there to make money. And so I looked and reviewed these development agreements and I started renegotiating these unsigned development agreements. Fortunately, we didn't just sign these development agreements. The recession hit. I don't say fortunately the recession hit, but fortunately for the town, they had not signed development agreements. I was going back and renegotiating them. Then the recession hit. That kept the town from being on the hook for the road that goes nowhere, spending the millions of dollars in an agreement when they didn't have it. So I haven't been involved with the building of a subdivision for that purpose. The most recent community I served in is at the south rim of the Grand Canyon. It's a small community called Tusayan. They call it Tusayan, but it's Tusayan. And it's a company town. No one lives there unless you work for an employer because no homes exist to buy, no apartments exist to rent, they don't exist. Employers provide all the housing. You work for me, I provide you a place to live. If you don't work, you don't have a place to live. So the town was created for the purpose of finding a way for people to have a home of some type without being tied to your employer. It still is not complete, but we did get to the point where we had gotten land, we had gotten the project started. Politics got into it and shut that down, but ultimately there is a way that we created with a housing authority to be able to develop these homes that the town would build and long-term lease to residents, given certain circumstances under this authority, and ensure that they have a place to live should they lose their job from this employer and they can stay in the community. That's part of trying to build a community of families and having people last longer. I know of housing developments. I have not built any housing developments. I've not been successful in building housing developments, but I do know what the process is and the need for those things. I believe here you're kind of stuck without a lot of land to expand. You may have to look at annexation. You may have to look at other things. I don't know what all you have talked about. But the main argument of which comes first, the businesses or the rooftops, quite frankly, I don't see that it's an either or. They're together. And you have to be able to do that. If you want more economic growth, you have to have more people contributing. That's a long answer to the short question of have I had success in housing. I just was letting you know that I've been on the losing end of that, but I've also been on the end that looked at development agreements and said, no, this is not about money, this is about community, and was able to save the community millions of dollars from having to be stuck with the roads to them. Thank you for the question.
Thank you.
Hey, Councilwoman?
Hi, welcome to Nogales.
Thank you.
What do you think about annexation?
Well, annexation is critical depending upon what your purpose is. I remember a few decades ago when annexation was all the thing. The rules changed in the state, and all of a sudden you're driving into Sierra Vista, and the city limit sign is now 15 miles away, and there's nothing in between. It was annexation for just the sake of getting land. If you do that, it's nice to have that land to spread out overall over time. But if you're annexing for a specific purpose, it needs to have a cost benefit. Of course, we're dealing with public funds, so everything deals with money. You need to have the cost benefit. Is it of value, and how long is it going to take for that value to come back into the town coffers? Now, I know that as you talk about annexation, are you talking about annexation for business, for commercial purposes, for industrial, for residential? And the answer is yes. That's what you're doing. You want to find all that. But you need to go into it fully well knowing that it may be years to generationally before things can develop there. I do come from a small town on the south rim of the Grand Canyon that has no land. It was everything we could do to get 20 acres of land because the town didn't own any land. And surrounded by all the federal lands, the Forest Service and the Park Service. You can't plan for the future, you can't move forward if you can't expand. Now you can go upwards. It's much more difficult to do than spreading out. But if your options are limited, and you've identified areas to annex which will meet certain needs, and you can identify specifically what those needs are, then I would be in favor of looking toward that, completely knowing what our costs would be, how long it would take to get a return on that investment, and not go in the hole on something just to say we were able to annex something. It needs to be clearly understood and clearly defined as to what the purpose is.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anything else?
That's it.
No? Councilman Varona?
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Maybe you can expand your thoughts on how you're going to transfer your skill set from small communities into our community.
Thank you. That's a perfect and valid question. My town manager experience is in small communities, but let me tell you why. It's not because I couldn't get a spot in a bigger community. My wife and I committed that we would raise our children in small communities. And she is a school teacher and now a school counselor, and we still feel that you can have a direct impact in the smaller communities. Now, I was born and raised in Douglas. Left Douglas just a little over 20 years ago. Douglas is a moderate-sized community. They call themselves a small town. Well, I've been in small towns. I've lived in small towns. But the administration of a small town doesn't change from size to size. Tactics do, and how you deal with things do, but the problems still exist. The problems in Hayden are the same problems that you have here. You can only do so much with what you have. And if you don't have all the resources, you have to find ways to be creative. Organizationally, I worked in large agencies before. I've worked with large agencies before. I was the statewide risk manager for the risk pool. I'm dealing with every city, 74 of the 91 cities and towns, including Nogales, during that time. I'm coming in and organizing, helping you put policies in place and practices in place which ensure safety and minimize your risk and your claims. The process is simple. The manager has a team that he works with, and those team members have reports, direct reports. I have to limit the number of direct reports to me, but organizationally, if you only have 5 employees or if you have 500, you still have a process in place where there is an understanding of who's the boss, what's your next boss, what is that role, and what's your responsibility. It doesn't mean that the manager can't be involved and know what goes on down the road, but you rely heavily on what you have in place. But as the city manager, you have to know, you must know details of what's going on and where it is. You have 300 employees. I'm not managing every one of those employees. In a small community like I've been in, you can micromanage. You can get in and I dump trash when some of our maintenance people weren't available. I would go out and dump trash. I wouldn't suspect I need to do that here, but I'm willing to. But you're setting up an organization where that is all taken care of and taken into account. The manager's role is to hold all of those employees accountable to do their work and do it properly, while you hold me accountable to making sure that's done, that I'm working with accountability to you and making sure that the things that you want to get done are getting done. It's a larger city, but again, the small towns have the same problems, just on a smaller scale. So the problems are very similar. The manners in solving those problems are very similar. Quite frankly, sometimes it's really nice when I'm dealing with a city that only has, a handful of employees. I keep thinking, boy, it'd be nice to have some buffers in staff between me and what has to be done. But at the same point, I look at that and go, I don't know as much about what's really going on if I'm that divided, if I'm that far away from the boots on the ground. The end of my comment on that is there's a process, there's a chain of command, and I know that's a common word that gets used both good and bad, but there's an organizational structure that you follow, and it's all about accountability, it's about communication, and it's about making sure that people are on the same page and moving forward in what needs to be done. And if they're not, then they either get motivated to get it done, or they get motivated to get out of the way. And that's the reality, because we're here to solve problems. Any manager that you're going to bring in, whether it's interim or full-time, any manager you're going to bring in can sit here and tell you all kinds of things about how wonderful and the experience of it. We all can. We can all tell you about our experiences. The reality is you have to perform and you have to get it done. If you don't get it done, what's the point? What's the point? And so I've always used that as my push to be somebody that gets it done through staff, or gets staff out of the way that's an obstacle and gets it done. Please don't take me wrong. I'm not saying I'll do everything myself. That's not what I'm saying. But again, it comes back to the accountability of the organization. I hope I answered the question for you, Councilman.
Intriguing a statement that you've made right now. Maybe you can expand. In the first 72 hours that you're on board, tell me what you're going to do and try to give me a depth of knowledge what you mean by motivated to get out of the way?
Let's use the example of first 72 hours. I have to know who people are. So there's rapid introductions to the, whatever you term it here, executive team, department heads, however you wish to call it, who they are, what their roles are, what their availability and accessibility is, because I'm going to have lots and lots of questions that they'll need to answer for me. Then with you, as the council, who you are, what you're looking at, what vision do you have, and where do we need to go in terms of priority? You have a strategic plan, I know you do. Let's look at that again. What are the priorities for each of you in that strategic plan? That doesn't mean we're going to hit them all, but I need to know what you're thinking as well. Then, and maybe not necessarily in this order, but where's the biggest problem that we have to combat on a day-to-day business that is creating issues for the residents, issues for the town staff, issues for our money, and issues for you? Because you answer to the public. I answer to you, you answer to the public. So it's critical in the first 72 hours to get a handle on what are the most important things that are going on right now, what's going to be here again tomorrow, what's repetitive, and what's kind of the one-off issue, which is the one thing that jumped up today that you haven't seen in years. That's kind of the easy things to handle. Those get handled separately. The chronic, continual problems are the ones that we need to be focusing on, and I need to know quickly to be able to take the steps I need to put plans in place. Secondly, you asked about when I say people will motivate themselves out of the way. They generally do. And when I say that, people that don't want to get on board with the vision, with the requirements, with the duties, with the responsibilities, shirking their part of the workload, they're a drain, and I don't know there's much of another way to put it, they are a drain on the town as a whole, whether it's the resources of money, whether it's their helping create a toxic work environment, whether the perception is they're doing nothing, whatever that is, if they're not performing as they should, then they need to be identified, they need to be given the chance to correct it, and if they don't, then they have to make a choice of whether they stay with the organization or whether they choose to be replaced or replace themselves. I will tell you that in most places that I have been, it's relatively quickly discovered. I'll get out of the philosophical talk here. You all know somebody on town staff that you wonder about. You all do. I'm not asking for names, but you all do. There's somebody that person, why do they have a job? It doesn't seem like they ever do anything. And you may be correct, you may not be correct. But as that gets communicated, and we look at the performance factors of what's happened with that individual, is it positive or negative? If it's negative, can it be corrected? If it's correctable, correct it. Then you got a good employee, productive. If it's not, then you're identifying those things, you're trying, it's still getting worse and worse and worse. Generally, what I've found is that most people find that their discontent is too much for their position and they leave. I've had to move people out, terminate people, once or twice who just refuse to get on board. But all in all, once there's a clear understanding of what their role is and what the expectations are, I found that they respond. Even the poor performers can get to a satisfactory level once you've had that real clear conversation. Some people in my profession call it a come to Jesus meeting, a very frank, clear discussion over you're either performing or you're not. And if you continue in this way, these are the results, and you're going to make that happen. That has to occur. Otherwise, you're allowing and tolerating poor performance, which injures the performance. Eventually, they look and say, "Why am I doing so much, and this one's not doing anything, and nothing happens to me?" Very toxic to the administration. So that's my answer, Councilman, in terms of expounding a bit on motivate them out. They generally motivate themselves out because they can't perform to the levels they need to. When you identify that, they generally don't. I hope that answers the question.
Mayor,
Yes.
I conclude.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, Mr. Duffy, welcome to our city.
Thank you.
I noticed in your resume, you said you developed the housing authority. What town or city was this?
This was in the town of Tucson at the south rim of the Grand Canyon. Again, they did not have any land, they did not have homes, and so a housing authority was developed based on a model of Telluride, Colorado, where the municipality would construct the homes, own the land and construct the homes, and there was a financing through the housing authority put in place to where the individual could make a application for a loan either to a loaning company, and the town would back up the collateral by owning the land and being the lien holder on the property, or in order for those people to have a house to live in as long as they were making the payments, just as any other home there were. In that particular area, that is still not today the opportunity that they have. They just can't do it. So it was hours upon hours upon hours of legal wrangling, defining what the conditions would be, trying to imagine every possibility in every scenario, which is very difficult to do. There's always the what if this happens, and reducing it into a document of rules that could suffice. We were able to do that to the point that we found a couple of financial institutions that would back us in being able to assist residents with loans, mortgages, even though the town owned the land. They would be able to do that. So it's a complicated issue, but it was solvable, but it took a good year to get that done.
So this was a home ownership program?
Yes, yes, without, and please let me back up. That town itself, very small, extremely small population, they make millions because they're at the Grand Canyon. They don't have to market themselves, and it's international tourists and domestic tourists who are paying everything. There's no property tax, so they're bringing millions in. So all of the money to do this project would be town funds. There would be no federal grants. There would be no state or low-income loans. It was all the city's money, which was a little unique. That's also why part of the reason why these financial firms were willing to take that, because the town pledged to make good on those conditions. But it's different than a grant housing or a Title IX housing or something along those lines. Title VIII housing.
Nogales has its own housing authority, and in a couple of years, there's rumors that HUD will be going away from public housing and only function as a Section 8 program. We have like 226 public housing units that belong to the city. So if that happens, what would you do with that house, with the stock of that housing authority, if it's not funded by HUD anymore?
Very frightening scenario, isn't it? And first, you can only react until they make a decision. I don't know the condition of your structures. I don't know what the conditions are in terms of if HUD was to shut that program down. Would they just relieve the conditions and say, town, you own them, and whatever you want to do, whether you auction them or however? I don't know what those would be. Those would need to be explored. The ideal condition would be, in my view, off the top of my head, not knowing any particular details, it would be, I would hope immediately that the town would be able to have those structures handed to them. Clean bill of sales, clean whatever it is from the government that hands them to you and says, you do what you need to, whether it's put them to auction, whether you create your own loan funding area, whether you create your own part of that as a housing authority, pull off the federal rules on the Section 8 that gives you the opportunity then to determine, would they continue to be low-income units? Could you mix in some moderate income? Could you do some things differently? Would you need to auction them? Would that be best? Would you sell them as a group to a private investor? There are options, and all of them have some good things, and all of them have drawbacks, but the bottom line is you really couldn't make a determination which way you want to go until you know what what the feds would do about the strings that are attached to that project. If they were just to cut all the strings and leave it to you to figure out, I would think that would be the best way to go, because then you have the opportunity to figure out what's best for your residents.
Okay, on this, I just need your professional opinion on this one. I noticed that you've held different positions, in different towns and cities, and you've handled a lot of different departments. On personnel issues, do you believe you have to set a protocol on problems with personnel, and that should be resolved at the director's level and city manager and maybe human resources, and should not follow up to the mayor and council?
I think from this standpoint, and I can speak for my experience in a variety of communities that have different personnel rules, the ideal thing is for problems to be handled at the lowest possible level. I'd like to keep it off of my desk. I'd like to keep it off the director's desks. You really don't want it to have to get to your podium at any point in time if you can avoid that, but it depends on what your rules are. Once you create a personnel rule, that's where you are, and that's what needs to be followed. Otherwise, you invite yourself into litigation. Is your attorney here?
Here.
You're going to be very busy if that's the case, and you want to try to avoid that. I have a history when personnel matters become something that I become aware of that appear as though they can't be resolved at the lowest level. My first call is to legal staff. Very first call. I'm not calling HR first, I'm calling legal. This is the issue. Where do we go according to whatever rules, or if we don't have rules, what are we going to do to keep ourselves out of that mix? That comes also from my background as the risk manager for the state, the insurance pool, Southwest Risk Insurance Pool, is that you don't make a move without legal advice giving you direction to protect yourself, because every move that you make short of that, my rule of thumb is it just adds a zero onto the check you're going to write when you've done something and wrong added to it. I want to divert from that, but the lowest level of having that taken care of is the best. If you have the progressive discipline, if you have all the roles in place and the appeals processes, and you do that and it gets to council, council needs to be as objective as possible. And council, please hear the words I've used, as possible. We're human. You live here. You know the employees. You know the staff. At times you have to step out of that relationship and look at the facts and say, does this merit this level of discipline or does it not? And if it doesn't, explain why. And if you're justifying your decision, and I've been too heavy-handed, or my staff has been too heavy-handed, or we haven't been hard enough, we have that discussion. As long as it's legal, what we've done, the process we've taken place, as long as it's ethical, and in my mind, as long as it's the right thing to do, morally the right thing to do, I follow what direction you give me if it gets to your point, if it gets up to you at that point. The same thing applies with bringing staff aboard. I have been overturned by mayor and council on a disciplinary issue before. I didn't agree with it, but guess what? I work for you. Okay, no problem. We'll move on. When that happens, the person who had the discipline against them was overturned politically, they generally don't last. They generally end up not staying, and it just creates more problems, and then there's a lesson learned politically from that. But I follow what decisions you make. That's my role. And if it's a bad decision that was made and I had part of that decision, I take responsibility for that decision. There's a rule of thumb in the generation of managers that I grew up in is council gets all the credit, manager takes all the blame. You're elected by the people. I take the hit.
It's the other way around here.
Well, we want to be careful about that, but But that's the general rule of thumb that I've always come up with, and I know that it can become politically involved, and it's very difficult. If I may follow one more thing on that, and I know that we have some police officers, retired police chief in the room. This is a thing that I learned and started telling my officers as I was supervising and became police chief as well. I used to tell my officers, don't seek the headlines. If you're looking for a good headline, there's going to be 20 bad ones before you get a good one. So if you're not mentioned, if you're not in somebody's mind, if you're not the talk of the town, if you're not involved with all the gossip, you're invisible. You're doing your job. You're getting it done because you're not being thought of. You're not part of that. What's the problem in my life today? I share that same sentiment with all of the employees that I deal with and work with. We're here to provide a service. Your personal stuff is different. Do your job. Don't seek the praise. Try to avoid the complaint, and just do the job, and we'll be fine, and we'll move forward. The political arena is yours, not mine. I don't like it. I don't want to be in it. I've had to be in it in the past. I don't want to be there, and I would want to make sure that from a personnel standpoint, we want to keep that out of your arena as well as much as possible. Sometimes it's not in our control, but that's what I would be shooting for.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Ms. Mayor, you done? Well, those were good answers. Some real good questions.
Truth has that opportunity to be able to be good
No,
sometimes.
and it was great. Just that one part that usually try to get out of the limelight. It doesn't happen. I told the previous one of the previous candidates that usually the majority of the phone calls, they come to City Hall, they go to the mayor's office from constituents. Very seldom do they go to the city manager's office or the directors. And they go to members of the city council, and we either they call your home, or they call here, or they see you in one of the stores. And there's always something there for somebody to do. And yes, it's true. I mean, it's important that the city manager is on top of things, especially with directors and employees. And we shouldn't be getting involved in any of that. But besides that, when you were talking about annexation, that I was mentioned to you, annexation, there is a difference between rooftops and businesses.
I agree, there
Yeah.
is, but they're linked.
But if you don't have rooftops, you don't have the people.
Correct.
And we're in the process of doing it, hopefully annexing, if it's not the end of this year, next year sometime. But we're going to work on it. And the reason it's very important for Nogales is because basically the city of Nogales here, we're limited to space for any subdivision or homes. Maybe an individual home here and there if you had a property for many years. But you couldn't bring in 300, 200, 100 homes. It's impossible. And business-wise, industrial park area, we do have a nice area on the west side. But besides that, there's nothing else. All the spaces are full. And for retail, Mariposa is full. So there's got to be a plan for the future. Do we want to grow to what extent? What kind of businesses do you want? Do you want, of course, if you talk to anybody in Nogales, the business that you want is a good paying job.
Yes.
Okay? So what is a good paying job? Manufacturing, opportunities, great. That'd be a good paying job. A company that would bring in maybe 200 employees would be a good paying job. And the retail business, maybe some. You know, do you want to make it a career? Probably not. So you have to look at all those things when it comes to annexation. One of the things that Nogales is, Nogales has the model port of the state of Arizona, as you know, and in the billions of dollars, trade comes through Nogales. in the produce industry, the manufacturing industry, and rail for mining and vehicles and products from Mexico and vice versa, coming back and forth. If we look at that and we plan on that for the future, and I'm not talking about 5, 6 years, I'm talking about 20, 30, 40 years down the road, we might not be here by then. But we have to make sure that we leave something for the future of Nogales. If we continue staying just as the port and not extending and bringing good, qualified people to work in different industries in Nogales, you know who's going to take everything? Tucson is. Tucson already has one of the a port, and they call it the Port of Tucson. They're not even a port, we're the port, but they call it the Port of Tucson. And they're distributing a lot of the products from Mexico there, east and west on the rail. They have their own railroad spur to the Port of Tucson. We should be the ones distributing. We here in Nogales, we should be distributing. You know, I wish somebody would have had the same thoughts that I've had for the past 20 years of doing this a long time ago. But not only considering about annexation, which they did. They annexed twice, and they annexed to where we're at right now. Otherwise, our city limits would be 3 blocks down the road. Okay? So, and we wouldn't have Mariposa Road. We wouldn't have all that because that was all cattle land, and no houses, no nothing was there. So you know, you have to grow little by little. All right? It's not that you're trying to take somebody else's land or somebody else's opportunities, you know, for growth, but you're trying to grow yourself and also partner with those other people so that they can be part of our government here in Nogales, which is a good government, and our services are good. We can survive, we can serve public safety and also in the sanitation and wastewater and water, we can do all that, the utilities part of it. And the important thing about it also, when it comes to annexation, is that you always have an area where you're not gonna grow any retail, like on the east side, but it's beautiful for residential. That's just south of the airport. All that area is beautiful, you know, if that was to annex. Future opportunities for a port on the east side of Nogales, a future port for you know, more trade and more opportunities with Mexico, which is going to come down the road. You know, there's businesses moving to Tucson because of Nogales.
May I
Yes, go ahead.
just comment a moment on what you're saying? You were just pointing out, I agree with you completely in these terms, is that you have to have a vision. You just said if they annexed, but if they'd seen further, those weren't your words, but
Yes.
if they'd have done more, you'd be better off today. That's the vision that you need to have on moving forward. As I said about annexation earlier, which I've been involved with annexations, I know the rules, I've been involved with them both on the part of having my own home area annexed and then annexing other areas. So I've been through that process before. But if you have, when I said earlier, you don't annex just for the purpose of annexing because it's the neat thing to do. But if you have the master plan that says we need to annex 6 miles out, 12 miles out, and there's a plan in place that is viable, even if it's not seen right now, but the trend would tell you in 10 or 15 years, they're going to be out there. Look at Saurita. I remember coming to Saurita when it was farming. And that was it. And the town hall was, I think I had a hard time finding it when I was there one time. Years and years and years ago. We can look at that in all of the communities of Arizona, because Arizona has exploded in its growth. I'm born and raised here. I remember leaving Douglas and going to Phoenix in the back of a station wagon, looking the other way in the back of a station wagon, and getting up to where near Mesa was, and I know we were there because I start seeing cotton fields, and I figure it's another hour from there. Well, guess what? Those cotton fields are Chandler now. And you look at Tucson. Douglas to Tucson, as I'm growing up and doing that, Tucson's the big city. From Douglas, we didn't have an interstate. I commend all those who worked on getting an interstate from Nogales to there. Douglas doesn't have that at that border station. That's why they've had such a problem. Part of the reason why they've had such a problem for expansion of a port there, they don't have the transit system. 2-lane highway through Bisbee or up through the Kansas settlement and up to Wilcox doesn't quite work real well. You have been able to do that. The people that have been involved in Nogales have seen that future. So I applaud the vision for another port, the vision for we need land because you've identified what a purpose is. I follow that. I follow that anywhere because you see a purpose. And as long as it's identified there. If you're getting land, as I said, I think I gave a bad example, saying annexing just for the purpose of annexing, it's if you have no plan with it. Just to be able to grab land to keep it from others is a bad thing.
Yeah.
But if you're going to use it in 10 years, in 15 years, could be 40 years, but you have that land available, then that's the biggest obstacle out of the way. You now own that, and you have control over it. So I support the annexation with a plan, and then you work that as much as you possibly can. I just wanted to
Yes.
say that, Mayor,
Well,
that I
you
agree
know,
with your
I
vision.
was gonna mention Sahuarita because the majority of the Border Patrol and Customs that work here live in Sahuarita.
And
Okay.
may I follow that?
And the reason they live there, because it's a well-planned community and we don't have anywhere to, actually to, homes here for them. Another thing that you mentioned about well-planned. Yes, it was very well-planned because actually I-19 is still very efficient, it's still a good interstate. And that was built in the mid-60s, late 60s, and finished like in 72, kind of. So there was a plan. It's just there was no continuation. The
And that's
city
usually
did
the-
annex twice
That's usually
after
the problem,
that,
it
but
doesn't
they
get
only
followed.
took a small partial
Yes, sir.
of when it was annexed, Mariposa Road, there was no Mariposa Road. When Monte Carlo was annexed, there was no Monte Carlo, there was cattle company, and then when they annexed Vista del Cielo and the Meadow Hills area, there was no Vista del Cielo. Now there's homes there, those people work here, they work in the produce industry, so that's part of annexation. And there is a plan, Nogales has a plan, because our future depends on annexing, at least up to pilot. Not only to create another opportunity for industrial, but for residential, because it's got a great area there. We have our sewer system out there. It belongs to the city of Nogales, they pay sewer. So the sewer is there already, except that the water is a private company, but it would just be public safety and sanitation that would be taken out there. So the opportunities that, is there. Same thing in the Keno Springs area. That's our sewer system.
So you're already receiving.
We're
a
already,
return on
yes,
that
we have
investment.
some enterprise fund in there, but that's, they all asked the questions, and I know Councilwoman asked about annexation one, but she beat me to it. But annexation, I think is very important, and there is a plan. Our plan is to develop, to bring more homes, to bring more opportunities retail, and also to develop a good working opportunity for jobs, manufacturing or whatever that can be developed in those industrial parks that give better jobs to the young people in Nogales, and also to continue that such important trade that we have, strength with Mexico. Nogales should be the port, always. And Nogales should be the hub of the wheel for the global economy with Mexico and with Sonora and Arizona and Mexico and the United States. Nogales should be, you have to think that way. If you don't think that way, then
I don't disagree.
then
You have that
don't
opportunity.
think about annexation,
If I may, Mayor,
Yes.
you mentioned a little while ago when we were talking about the annexation, but you also talked about people are living elsewhere. I will give you an example. When I was in Douglas, And I grew up there when Border Patrol had 8 officers. So we're talking the 60s into the 70s, and then it exploded where they have hundreds and hundreds and, well, 1,000, I don't even know how many agents there now. But we had the same situation in Douglas. They didn't live there. They lived in Sierra Vista.
Yeah.
From a police officer standpoint, I saw the difference in the way people were treated. If you live where you work, you understand people's problems, you understand their motivations, you understand what makes them tick, and you understand how you can help them versus create more obstacles for them. You can only do that if you live there. We have, in the moves that we have made as a family, we have lived in communities where they didn't have homes for us. When I took a police chief, public safety director position in the town of Hayden, we lived in I moved my 6 children that were with me, our oldest had already graduated, and my wife into a home that had open sewer in the basement. We didn't know that at the time. We lived in that place for 6 months until the community wrapped their arms around us and said, there's a better house. We make those sacrifices because we need to know what the problems are. I can't know what the real problems, the unadvertised problems in your community are if I'm just shuttling in and out. I have to live here. I have to experience the real part of that problem. And so we have always made the commitment that we live where we work, so we're directly involved with that. Personally, I could take, and I did take offense many years ago at, how can you live in Sierra Vista and try to enforce the law in Douglas when you don't even know us? That led to a lot of problems at the time. I don't know what the situation is in the last 20 years specifically for that, but I do know that it doesn't work, and you want people to live with you, especially if they're working for someone in some way that's touching your life. You want them to understand what you're doing. That's a commitment we've made and we continue to make. I currently have a home in Mesa because that is where I was hired to go to work for the risk pool. We've maintained that house for 6 years. We moved to Tucson in 2015. I took an interim position for 3 months. After 3 months, they offered me the position full. I took it. My wife left the Mesa School District and moved up there, and we lived there. She is still living there because she's in her last year of a contract there before she can retire. I don't know if she'll stay or not, but she's in there. We made sure we lived there. Our children, one of our sons and his family live in our home because we felt it critical. We had to be there. I can't help solve a problem if I'm not experiencing it or knowing what that impact is of that problem. So I totally and completely applaud the fact that it's very disconcerting to have people living miles away in a different lifestyle than what you're trying to solve problems for here. So I will just tell you that if I may be so bold, I know that you talked to 3 of us today who were sent down here from the interim company. We're all friends. I know Charlie, I know Steve. We're all friends. I have not retired. I'm not looking at retirement. I am happy to be able to come down for a 3rd time and be an interim somewhere. But I must tell you, quite frankly, I want this job. I want to show you that I want the job. I want to be here. When I was growing up in Douglas, Nogales was the big city.
And we still are.
You are.
Compared to Douglas.
Yes. And so a bulldog wanting to become an Apache is not necessarily the greatest thing in that world, but the reality is I want the job. And so I'm hoping that my conversation with you is enticing enough for you to want somebody who wants to be here full time. Now, I don't know if that'll work out. None of us do. But I would like to have that opportunity. So that's what I'm looking at. I also just bring with me the fact that from the culture, from the lifestyle, it's what I grew up in. I can't tell you how many quinceañeras I attended. I can't tell you how many posadas I participated in. how many funeral masses. I just can't tell you because I grew up in that. My Spanish is border Spanglish. Unfortunately, over the last 20 years being in northern Arizona, nobody uses it. But when it's with you, it's kind of like riding that bicycle. You're going to get back on it pretty quick. The culture issues that are here are different than they are in other places. You get, like I say, you get 80 miles off the border and people don't understand. But I do, because I was raised with it. You don't lose that. What happened for me is I went out and looked at other places, and I've learned things in other places and looking for a reason to bring it back down and try to help problems here from connections that are made, from friends and relationships that are made both on the federal level, the state level, and every other level you can find, venture capitalists, all those things. I tried things in other places that failed. That's how you learn to succeed. And so I've had great success on things, but I've also failed. But in all those failures, I made some connections that I can still call and talk to today who could give me help and advice. I will close with this just to say, I want to be here full time. And Mr. Pickering has sent 3 of us here. You choose who you think will be the best fit for you. You may be looking at it as an interim role. I am not. I am looking as an interim, and hopefully moving into full time is what I'm pursuing. So I hope that I can do that. I wanted to share with you that I understand. I grew up. I didn't grow up in Nogales, but I grew up in Douglas, and guess what? We're the same. We are the same. So I understand the challenges of a line that didn't exist. When I grew up, there was probably like here. There's a 3-strand broken barbed wire fence. And that's what we had as an international border. It didn't exist. Well, now it exists in one form or another. It may be a little different, but the problems don't go away. We're still all together here. And quite frankly, I kind of miss that. And I think the things that I've learned elsewhere, I can put into play to help a border community that I couldn't have helped before if I'd stayed in one spot. I've moved around and made connections to know what can work and what resources can help try to solve some problems. So that's what I'm offering. That's what I hope you'll hear.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we end this interview and then,
Mayor, can we have a 10-minute break? I have to return.
yes, let's do that before we go into executive session. We'll take a 10-minute break, convene for executive session.
Thank you all again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you want them to fill out? Yes,
Before executive session,
before.
What do you think?
I think so, yeah. Members of the council, before we go into executive session, fill out the form.